the Singing of O Canada, led by the honourable member, for Sarnia-Lambton.
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all our sons command. Quand bras se porter le pays, il sait porter la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
The doors be open, qu'on ouvre les portes. Déclaration des députés, statements by members. Alors,
Order.
l'honorable député de Joliette.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, we all know what it's like to have an old car that's a bit of a clunker but still gets us to work every morning. Then one day we learn that we're going to have to spend thousands on repairs. But nobody spends that money. We just invest the minimum that we need to get to work in the morning, and then we look to the future and we invest in something sustainable. But the government is doing just the opposite when it comes to fossil fuels. Environmental groups believe that Canada has given $3.3 billion in subsidies to fossil energies since in 2015. These subsidies to industries of the past need to end. The government promised to do this, but only in 2024. While the government is waxing poetic on the international stage, it's heading full speed into the wall when it comes to climate change. As long as Canada refuses to plan for a fossil-free future, it will continue to stand in the way of Quebec and all states engaged in the fight against global warming. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In Yarmouth this past Sunday, the Canadian Mixed Curling Championship kicked off, welcoming to southwestern Nova Scotia amazing curling teams representing each province and territory in Canada. Les matchs se poursuivent tout au long de la semaine.
This will be continuing throughout the week, and it is with great pleasure that I will be attending the final on this Saturday, November 19th.
Excellent week, and I am sure they will enjoy the hospitality and charm of Yarmouth and Acadian shores, with its world-class seafood, beautiful coastline, and friendly people. Thank you to President Rick Allwright and the rest of the 2017 Canadian Host Committee and your team of over 140 dedicated volunteers. Your hard work has resulted in another successful major event in Yarmouth. We are proud of our community's great reputation for hosting such events. Finally, to the competitors at the Mariner Centre this week, have fun and good curling.
The honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to pay tribute to the good work of the Canadian Food Grains Bank, an organization that has been working to combat global hunger for more than 30 years. Not only does the Food Grains Bank provide nourishment for those in need, but it also works with communities to improve agricultural practices which allow for long-term and sustainable food security. This good work wouldn't be possible without a network of volunteers across this country. I think of folks like Ron and Nancy Kramer, who have been volunteering with the Thames United Church Growing Project for many years and who selflessly give their time and talents. I think of volunteers with growing projects in Moncton, Milverton, Palmerston, Drayton, and many more across Perth Wellington, across Ontario, and across Canada who grow crops so that others might eat. Mr. Speaker, I want to say thank you to the Canadian Food Grains Bank for all they do to achieve the goal of a world without hunger. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well done. Honourable member for Davenport.
The Portuguese community, which comprises 30% of my riding of Davenport, loves a good party. And this past weekend was no exception. On Sunday, I was proud to take part in the opening ceremony of the Azorian Cultural Week that will see week-long activities celebrating the culture and the life of 9 Azorian islands, known for their natural beauty, volcanoes, whaling, religious festivals such as the Festa do Santo Cristo, and its writers like Raul Brandão, José Dias de Melo, and among many others. I also took part in 2 Festa de San Martinos at Casa da Madeira and Casa das Beras, not being able to make it to a third one at Arsenal do Minho. The Festa do San Martino is ultimately a celebration of harvest, as symbolized by the introduction of new wine and chestnuts, reminding us to appreciate and be grateful for all that we are blessed to have in our lives. I want to thank the organizers of these festivals. Their work not only enriches the social and cultural fabric of this great country, but also reminds us that we are a stronger nation because of it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, there's a new album in Quebec, and I think it's important to note how exceptionally dynamic the cultural scene is in my riding. It's something that we still see in my riding today with artists like Yves Boucard Diouf and Kim Thuy that we often see in the streets. And tomorrow, one of our artists, Yves Beauchemin, will be receiving the La Rose de La Rochelle Prize for 2016. These are cultural things produced in my riding. And there's also the Théâtre de la Ville, which is hoping to get some funding from the federal government. Today, this House has the duty to adapt to this new technological era where people consume culture differently. We have to adapt and to ensure that future generations will be able to enjoy our culture. It's a matter of our cultural survival in Longueuil and across Canada. I'd like to take this opportunity to invite Canadians from coast to coast to give generously during this holiday season. This is also an opportunity for me to mention the exemplary work of community organizations and food banks in my riding of Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. I could mention the Brunch Partage, the 27th annual community brunch that will be held on December 4th at the Centre de Service Le Relais de Boisbriand. I've always participated in this event. Organizations and food banks are key players in the Canadian social fabric, and they deliver more than 1,000 Christmas hampers in my riding alone. I invite all of my colleagues in this House to show generosity in their ridings, and I invite my fellow citizens to show generosity with various holiday fundraisers this season. These are small actions that can make a big difference in the lives of children, parents, seniors, and people who live alone. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Brantford Grant.
Mr. Speaker, last week during a ceremony at Rideau Hall, the Governor-General recognized 8 academic All-Canadians for their achievements both on and off the field. One of the athletes recognized was University of British Columbia swimmer and kinesiology student Rebecca Tereshko of Brantford. Rebecca made captain the University of British Columbia to another Canada West gold medal last season, winning a total of 7 medals at the event herself before leading the UBC Thunderbirds to a silver medal at the CIS Championship. In the classroom, Rebecca has maintained a grade point average of 4.17. Even more impressive, Mr. Speaker, is that Rebecca is the recipient of the Student Athlete Community Service Award in Canada West for her work providing free swimming lessons to underprivileged children from the east side of Vancouver. I know, and I speak for all Brantford Brant, when I say congratulations, Rebecca, we're proud of you.
The Honourable Member for Humber River Black Creek.
Mr. Speaker, too often the people and communities of Jane and Finch are typecast as too far off the beaten path. But for those of us who live, work, or play in this wonderful community, that misinformed stereotype couldn't be more wrong. In fact, as we mark Entrepreneur Week, I cite Globe Meats, a local business that's become a true destination. That's because Globe is not your average butcher shop. In fact, Globe is what happens when a cultural institution builds a state-of-the-art facility. It is, according to its president, Dante DiBiase, a family-run business with community roots that run 40 years deep. When customers finish shopping, they make their way to the grill for a piece of wood oven pizza, porchetta, paninis, and conversation in an atmosphere that shows just how vibrant and important our community is in Humber River Black Creek. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough Rouge Park.
Mr. Speaker, education is the cornerstone of our community. This past month, I met many students at my riding I was pleased to join the newly renamed St. Mother Teresa Catholic Academy as they celebrated the canonization of Mother Teresa along with the school's 30th anniversary. MT is located in the heart of Malvern and reflects the rich diversity of our community. The 30th anniversary celebrations brought former staff, students, and community to the school. I then took part at UNICEF Canada's Bring Your MP to School Day at Alexander Sterling Public School, Thomas L. Wells Public School, Alvin Curling Public School, and St. Bede Catholic Academy. I was moved by their knowledge, enthusiasm, and their love of country. They asked questions ranging from the environment to the budget to career advice on becoming an MP or even the next Prime Minister. In these students, we see our collective future. La jeunesse de Scarborough Rouge Park.
The youth of Scarborough Rouge Park continue to inspire me by working ever harder every day.
Inspire me to work harder each and every day, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Niagara Falls.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada, I was proud of the work of the former Conservative government, what it did in the area of human trafficking. In particular, I would like to acknowledge the remarkable efforts of my colleague Joy Smith for the contribution she made in this area while in Parliament, and for her continuing efforts through the Joy Smith Foundation. In addition, in the House today, I'd like to congratulate one of my constituents, Mr. Peter Warwick, on his appointment to the board at the Canadian Centre to End Human Trafficking and for his outstanding commitment to end human slavery in Canada. I commend Peter Warwick and the Centre for their efforts to end human trafficking and to terminate this abhorrent form of modern-day slavery and sexual exploitation. I urge all members of the House to join me in thanking them for their invaluable work and to commit to do our utmost to protect our sons and daughters from this horrific fate. Mr. Speaker, we owe it to our children to put an end to human trafficking in Canada. Thank you.
The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Mr. Speaker, it's that time of year again. This Saturday in my riding of Kingston and the Islands, the 13th annual Greater Kingston Santa Parade will be taking place. The community will join together for the parade and the annual tree lighting ceremony in Market Square to kick off the holiday season. But, Mr. Speaker, the holidays are not always an easy time for everyone. We must remember those less fortunate and ensure that everyone in our communities can enjoy the holidays. As part of the annual Santa Parade, Kingstonians have the opportunity to come together and donate non-perishable food items to the food bank along the parade route. I encourage everyone attending the parade, and indeed all Canadians, to open their hearts and give what they can this holiday season. Let's embrace the true meaning of what this season is about. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member, député de Mission West.
Speaker, I stand in the House today to congratulate Anisha Gill for being chosen to represent Mission Maskey Fraser Canyon for Daughters of the Vote. This initiative, organized by Equal Voice, will bring 330 young women representing each of her ridings to Ottawa to mark the 100th anniversary of women being granted the right to vote. Anisha is a role model in the community. She attends the University of the Fraser Valley for sociology and works with the Centre for Indo-Canadian Business Studies. I am excited for Anisha to take her seat in the House of Commons and her vision for Canada. Congratulations, Anisha.
Honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, today we reflect on the life and sacrifices of Sergei Magnitsky. Sergei was a Russian lawyer, an auditor, a husband and father of two. He is a man who believed in the rule of law, and most importantly, Sergei was not afraid to stand up for what he believed in. Sergei uncovered the largest tax fraud in Russian history and was subsequently arrested, detained, tortured, and eventually murdered by officials of the Russian government 7 years ago today. The United States and the European Union have adopted legislation to impose sanctions, visa bans, and asset freezes on those people responsible for Sergei's death, as well as other Russian human rights abusers. In May, I was proud to stand with Liberal and NDP members to announce the tabling of my bill, C-267, Canada's version of the Magnitsky Law. This legislation will provide new tools to sanction corrupt foreign officials. Despite support from his caucus, the Minister of Foreign Affairs doesn't believe these sanctions are necessary. As we remember Sergei Magnitsky today, I urge the Minister to reconsider his opposition and support Bill C-267.
The honourable member for Oakville North, Burlington.
Mr. Speaker, our community recently lost an amazing father, son, husband, friend, hockey coach, volunteer, and advocate. Tim Robertson packed more into his 58 years than most of us will in a lifetime. He lived with ALS for almost 13 years, but this horrible disease never defined Tim. We shared a love of the Boss and Bobby Orr, the Toronto Rock, Argos, Blue Jays, and the Oakville Blades. He helped in countless political campaigns, carrying signs on the back of his wheelchair. He led Tim's Titans in the Halton ALS Walk and was a tireless advocate for the ALS community. Tim, his wife Beth, and I did the ALS Ice Bucket Challenge twice. He never complained or said a bad word about anyone, and he lived with grace and dignity, the kind of person we can all aspire to be. Our heartfelt condolences to Beth and the Robertson family. We will miss you, Tim.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
The Survivor Totem Pole is a magnificent symbol of deep conviction, strength, courage, and beauty. It stands tall and proud to take its place at Pigeon Park, honoring Indigenous women and girls that did not fall victim to the worst mass murder in Canadian history. It marks the strength and resilience of those who have survived colonialism, extremed it with one heart, to say that those who still face oppression are not alone in their struggle. I am so honored to have witnessed the long journey of the Survivor Totem Pole from its inception. Congratulations to everyone who have contributed to this reality, with special thanks to Bernie Williams, a powerful Indigenous woman warrior and the only female apprentice of the late Bill Reid, who led the design and carving of the pole. Her teachings and guidance also shone a light on 9 carvers who braved this journey. Together, they have planted the seed of hope for all.
The honourable member for Carleton.
In 2012, Fouad Nayel was murdered, but because the case took 4 years to come to trial, the judge ordered a stay of proceedings yesterday, allowing the accused to walk free. No trial, no justice, no closure for the family of the victim. I'm calling on the provincial and federal justice ministers to order a formal review of this catastrophic injustice, to answer questions like, why did it take 4 years? Too many legal delay tricks, administrative incompetence? Mr. Speaker, the accused does have rights, but so should victims like the Nayel family, whose son is gone and whose lives are forever torn to shreds by this odious crime and an even more odious injustice.
The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, today marks the 20th Annual International Day of Tolerance. This day was created by the United Nations to highlight the importance of strengthening tolerance by fostering mutual understanding among cultures and peoples. This imperative lies at the core of the United Nations Charter and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, as well as our own Charter of Rights and Freedoms.
Era of rising and violent extremism, of religious and racially motivated attacks, and of widening conflicts characterized by a fundamental disregard for human life, celebrating such a day is more important than ever. Mr. Speaker, I would like to invite all parliamentarians to join with me in celebrating the International Day of Tolerance and in embracing the differences that make Canada stronger in its diversity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I have the honour to inform the House that the acting clerk of the House has received from the Chief Electoral Officer a certificate of the election and return of Mr. Motts, member for the electoral district of Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Speaker, I have the honour to present to you Mr. Glenn Motts, member for the electoral district of Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner, who has taken the oath, signed the roll, and now claims the right to take his seat. Monsieur le Président, j'ai l'honneur.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to present to you Mr. Glenn Motts, the member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner, who has taken his oath and now has the right to sit in the House.
Questions orales.
Oral questions.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, within hours of the polls closing in the U.S., the Prime Minister was offering to sacrifice the Canadian jobs that depend on our most important trade deal as a welcoming gift to the new U.S. President. NAFTA has created jobs, helped our economy grow, and provided market certainty to Canadian exporters for years. The Prime Minister's actions have caused uncertainty when we can least afford it. Two specific industries, Mr. Speaker, beef and lumber, are in the crosshairs. Why is the Prime Minister in a rush to open up NAFTA when there's so many jobs on the line?
Honourable Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with the member opposite that the economies affected by NAFTA are going to definitely see the benefits associated with NAFTA. For example, in the United States, 9 million U.S. jobs are related to the Canadian economy. NAFTA is very important to our economic prosperity. It's very important to the middle class. And that is why we're going to engage with the new administration. That is why we're going to work with Congress. And with respect to the softwood lumber file and the beef file, these are files that we think are very important. It's a priority for us, and we're focused on solutions, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Infrastructure Minister confessed to reporters about his bank, and I quote, "Obviously, there are a lot of questions about the design of the bank, the governance of the bank, and the broad details around it, which we will be figuring out." For taxpayers, this sounds expensive. Billionaire investors won't be loaning the Liberals money out of the goodness of their hearts. They'll expect a healthy return on their investment no matter what. My question is simple. When a project goes over budget, and they many times do, will taxpayers be on the hook, yes or no?
Honourable Minister of Transport.
It's always a pleasure to talk about our historic involvement in creating more infrastructure in this country than has ever been created before. $181 billion over the next 12 years. Yes, we will have green infrastructure, social infrastructure, public transit infrastructure, rail trade corridor infrastructure, and yes, we will have a bank. And that bank will leverage more investment from the private sector, and that will create more infrastructure, which Canadians want. It will create jobs. It's good for the economy. What have they got against infrastructure?
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, we don't have anything against it. We just want it to get built. We're waiting. But now we have a great opportunity before us. Keystone XL can help get our Canadian oil to the Gulf Coast, get a better price for our oil, and create badly needed jobs. But instead of proudly standing up for Canadian energy workers, the Prime Minister, who during the election claimed that he supported Keystone, he's gone silent. Why did the Prime Minister mislead energy workers?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, the government did support the Keystone XL energy project, and the government will continue to support the project. All of the approvals north of the border are in place. They will not run out. And now we await the company that will reapply to the United States. We await that decision, and we are fully supportive of the project.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Boy, it's like pulling teeth.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, NAFTA is the most important trade deal for Canada. The deal is something that thousands of Canadian families depend on for their employment. Now their jobs are threatened because of the Prime Minister's naivete around free trade. He's opened the door to renegotiating NAFTA. What does he hope to get in exchange for forestry and jobs in the pork industry, the ports?
NAFTA is important for Canada, but it's also important for the United States. There are 9 million jobs in the U.S. that are directly related to the Canadian economy. That is why we're engaged with the new administration. We're going to work with Congress. We're going to make sure that we advance Canada's national interest when it comes to trade, investment, when it comes to jobs, and files around forestry and softwood and beef as well, Mr. Speaker. It has been the priority of our government to advance our economic interests, and will continue to do so.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, it's well documented that schools that are run by the United Nations Relief and Works Agency within the Palestinian Authority have incited terrorism against Israel. The Conservative government rightly cut UNRWA's funding because we had no assurances about where the money was going. While the Prime Minister claims to support Israel, his actions prove otherwise. How can he ensure that these dollars will not put Israeli citizens at further risk? Is it of Canadian tax dollars in order to get a Security Council seat?
Excuse me, order. The microphone was cut off during her question. I'm going to ask her to re-put her question, and hopefully the microphone will be on the whole time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Mr. Speaker, it's well documented that schools run by the United Nations Relief and Works Agency within the Palestinian Authority have incited terrorism against Israel. The Conservative government rightly cut UNRWA's funding because we had no assurances about where the money was going. While the Prime Minister claims to support Israel, his actions prove otherwise. How can he ensure these dollars will not put Israeli citizens at further risk? Or is this just another down payment of Canadian tax dollars to win him a UN Security Council seat?
The Honourable Minister.
Palestinian refugees are amongst the poorest and the most vulnerable, and it is my mandate to help them. This is why, after conducting meaningful oversight and negotiating an agreement that includes robust control measures, I announced today that Canada is providing $25 million in funding to UNRWA for their security and development, but also for the stability of the region. I prefer to see these children in UN schools, classrooms, than in the street.
The Honourable Member for Outremont.
Mr. Speaker, Canada has dropped 10 spots in the World Press Freedom Index. There are cases across the country of journalists under government surveillance. We know that a Vice journalist is being threatened with jail time by the RCMP to force him to reveal a source. And all the Liberal government has to say is that they believe in freedom of the press. Well, enough with the talking points. Does the Liberal government agree to a full national public inquiry, yes or no?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, when these issues first emerged, we indicated very clearly that we were disturbed by the reports with respect to the Sûreté and the Montreal police force. We inquired as to whether any activity similar to that was happening at the federal level. Both the Commissioner of the RCMP and the Director of CSIS have assured us that the answer is no. All of the safeguards that are in place at the federal level are being reassessed to make sure they're strong enough, and we are welcoming any input from journalists, lawyers, or others if they have suggestions to make about how the law needs to be improved.
The Honourable Member for Outremont.
We're on the Hill today calling for a full public inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
The government has no right to spy on journalists, period. The Liberals are all talk, no action. They refused to call a public inquiry. They refused to repeal C-51. They refused to fix C-22. So what concrete steps are they going to take to protect freedom of the press in Canada?
Mr. Speaker, the honourable gentleman is trying to make an argument where there isn't one. The fact of the matter is we are examining all of the federal safeguards in place, including the ministerial directives, to make sure that they are appropriate in all the circumstances, to respect freedom of the press. And at the same time, we have invited journalists and others in the legal community to make submissions if they have proposals to suggest about how the law needs to be improved. Freedom of the press is a fundamental Canadian value. It's in the Charter, and this government will defend it assiduously.
The member for Outremont.
In words only, but never in action. That's the problem, Mr. Speaker. Avant l'élection.
With the election of Donald Trump, forestry workers are, like many others, very worried. The Liberals still have no new softwood lumber deal. And suddenly, the Prime Minister opens the door to renegotiating NAFTA. Where did that come from?
And you have the Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
Speaker, the member opposite knows that the agreement expired under the previous government. That is why we're engaged with the U.S. administration, the current administration. We're working with them and engaged with them to finding a solution on softwood. We look forward to also working with new President-elect and his administration and Congress in advancing this issue. This is a very important relationship that we take very seriously. The United States is an important ally, friend, and partner, and we'll continue to engage with them in our national interest, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Outremont.
Trump's priority. What we're trying to figure out is what are the Liberals willing to put on the table? We haven't heard a word about that, Mr. Speaker, and it doesn't bode well for softwood lumber, and it doesn't bode well for Canadian workers, because this just in, Trump is not concerned with protecting Canadian interests. How can this Prime Minister put an entire trade deal on the table before he says anything to Canadians about what he's looking for?
The Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, I'll tell you what we're looking for. Jobs, jobs, jobs. Good quality Canadian jobs. Jobs that will help our forestry sector. Jobs that will help our...
Order, order, order. It's my job to remind members we're not to interrupt. Let's listen to we need to hear the answer to the question. The Honourable Minister of Economic Development has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know what the members opposite have a problem with respect to good quality Canadian jobs, because that is a priority for our government. We've been very clear from day one that we'll engage with the United States because it's a very important trading partner of ours. We're going to focus on jobs, good quality Canadian jobs, growing the economy. We're willing to deal with them on tough issues around softwood and beef. We also were the party and the government that found a solution for coal as well.
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean.
Mr. Speaker, that's what we're looking for too. Jobs, jobs, jobs. They don't have to create any full-time job. No one since they're in government. That's what we're looking for.
This morning we learned that the new U.S. President's transition team has asked for a full renegotiation of NAFTA. What bad news for Canada's forestry industry. When you talk about results...
In USA, not in Canada. How do we protect ours?
Secretary for International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the honourable colleague for his question. We're very committed on this file and have been since we first took office. We continue to negotiate with the Americans. We continue to keep up our contacts with our American counterparts. We're consulting Canada-wide to move this file forward. We will, Mr. Speaker, strike a deal, but not just any old deal. The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, negotiating trade deals is a very sensitive issue. The Prime Minister has already shown his colours before the negotiations even began. It's like showing your hand at the poker table. How does he expect to be successful in negotiating a deal if he's already revealed his hand? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, our record as a government on international trade is impeccable. We found a solution. We've opened beef markets in China and Mexico. We rescued CETA at the 11th hour. We're the ones who did that, and we'll keep working. Obviously, trade deals can always be improved on after 20-odd years. So that's what we'll do with NAFTA. We'll negotiate with our American partners.
Speaker, this is not just about softwood. Canadian agriculture, specifically beef and pork exports, are being targeted as well. We fought for 10 years and we won the country of origin labeling battle. Now this Liberal government's offer to renegotiate NAFTA has given the U.S. the green light to reopen this contentious and costly issue. Mr. Speaker, when he made his offer to reopen NAFTA, did the Prime Minister realize that our beef and pork producers were the bullseye at the centre of the new President's NAFTA target?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And the United States and Canada is Canada's closest friend, partner, and very important economic relationship. And I would like to inform my honourable colleague that it was not his government that resolved the coal issue. It was not his government that opened the beef market to Mexico. It was not his government that opened a lot of markets. This government is going to make sure that our agricultural sector continues to thrive in this country.
Member for Cypress Hills Grassland.
Well, Mr. Speaker, if they're so brilliant, why did they clearly did not know what the President was going to focus on. Why did they offer to negotiate even before being asked? This is the kind of ongoing failure of leadership that we've seen from this Prime Minister. Maybe it's better he keeps traveling. He seems to do less damage when he's out of the country than when he's in it. To prove that the U.S. country of origin labeling rules violated international trade law, why would this Liberal Prime Minister offer to renegotiate a trade deal when he had no clue what the Americans wanted to discuss?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary and Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, the United States is our biggest trading partner, and NAFTA has been a huge success over the past 20 years. It is clear, Mr. Speaker, that with time, occasionally treaties need to be tweaked. We are prepared to do that in good faith. It is a normal part of the process. Other treaties are within the minister's mandate letter for tweaking, including a free trade agreement with Israel and with Chile. This is a normal part of the process. NAFTA has been tweaked already over the past 20 years. We'll continue to negotiate in good faith, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Carleton.
The devil is in the details, and because the infrastructure minister fears the devil, he avoids the details altogether. Of his new infrastructure bank, he said, quote, obviously there are a lot of questions about the design of the bank, the governance of the bank, and the broad details around it, which we will be figuring out. Well, he better figure it out. There are 35 billion tax dollars at risk. If the minister responsible doesn't have a clue how it will work, billionaire foreign bankers will eat him and our tax dollars for lunch. Mr. Speaker, who's protecting taxpayers?
Honourable Minister of Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Actually, this government is doing something that the previous government never even dreamed or thought of doing. We are doing something which is going to be extremely important for this country, and we're going to get the details right. And what this will do, it will leverage private sector funding to build infrastructure in this country, something the previous government did not do. It will create jobs. It will be good for the economy. The private sector wants to get involved. What is so difficult to understand about that?
Now, member for Richmond, Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, here's Liberal logic for you. You create an infrastructure bank and fund it with $15 billion that was supposed to go to municipalities. Then you make it a requirement that only projects worth $100 million or more will be approved, knowing that only 1% of projects are that big, thereby shutting out regional municipalities. It's like Liberal fundraising cocktail parties, exclusively for the richest 1/10 of 1% of the population. Mr. Speaker, is anyone on the other side of the House going to have the guts to stand up for the regions of Canada? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to stand up and remind my colleague that our fall economic update included $2 billion for rural communities. In addition, we are making major investments in infrastructure. With our infrastructure bank, we are going to be able to multiply and amplify the amount of investment in infrastructure. Canadians want modern infrastructure. That creates jobs and it makes us more competitive economically.
Ellen Powell River.
In their platform, the Liberals argued that the government would use its strong credit rating and leading lending authority to meet municipalities' infrastructure needs. Mayors assumed that a government bank would lend at a lower rate to help facilitate the building of infrastructure. Yet now we find out that private investors are expecting a return in the range of 7 to 9%, which can only come through tolls and user fees. When did the Liberals say they would line their Bay Street and Wall Street friends' pockets with tolls and user fees?
Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, I do want to point out something that the honourable member said, and that is our credit rating. It is the best in the G7, and that's a fact. That is good news. And I also want to say again that we committed an unprecedented investment in infrastructure, $182 billion over the next 12 years. This is something that our municipalities across the country have been asking for a very long time. We're the government that is acting on that. This is a solid plan for green, public transit and social infrastructure. Canadians are very pleased with our decision to invest in infrastructure.
The honourable member for Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-Les Basques. Would he have us believe that private sector money is going to fall from the sky with no strings attached? During the election campaign, the Liberals said, quote, interest rates are at historic lows, our current infrastructure is aging rapidly, and our economy is stuck in neutral. Now is the time to invest. The government's latest loan last month was at a very low interest rate of 1.3%. Private investors expect a return of 7 to 9%. The result? Canadians will pay 5 times more to line the pockets of Liberal cronies on Bay Street and Wall Street. Why? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, I don't know where my colleague gets his numbers from, but I will say that we are going to invest in infrastructure, $182 billion over the next 12 years. A lot of municipalities, the Canadian Federation of Municipalities recognizes that we had an infrastructure deficit of some $600 billion, up to $1 trillion in infrastructure deficit. So we're going to invest in infrastructure. We're going to put a lot of money into it, but we're also going to use the infrastructure bank to leverage more investment. It's a good thing to do.
For more than a year, I've been asking the Minister of Indigenous Affairs, both personally and in this House, to release the KPMG financial audit on behalf of the Blood Tribe in Alberta. I keep getting the same non-answer. She makes claims about transparency, but she refuses to be transparent. What does someone actually have to do to get an answer from this minister? What hoops do my constituents have to jump through before this minister will take action? Can the minister do the right thing today and provide Kainai Nation with the financial audit results today?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs.
I thank the member for the question, and I hope that any member of the Kainai Nation that wants that information may approach my department, and we will get it for them.
Mr. Speaker, the message that I've been getting from a minister of the Crown is she is saying it is okay to tell First Nations leadership it's fine to break the law. The minister makes it sound so easy to get this information, and yet all anyone has to do is ask. Well, either the minister is completely oblivious to the stonewalling in her own department, or she opposes empowering community members to find out this information. Why does the minister claim to be all about transparency, and yet she refuses to let community members get access to the information they need to hold their own leadership accountable?
Honourable Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs.
Speaker,
Order.
It's very clear that First Nations Chief and Council are accountable to their members and to their members and to my department. If any member wants information, they can approach my department and we will help them get it.
Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, this minister seems to equate providing basic information to band members as demonizing leadership. Nothing could be further from the truth. Ministers are expected to post expenses. We have public accounts. The information is readily and easily available. But Charmaine Stick is now being forced to take her leadership to court in order to see the books. Why is the minister forcing Charmaine to incur court expenses to see the information that should be easily provided to all?
Honourable Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, members and all First Nations have the right to see the books in their First Nation. They are provided in a variety of ways. On a website, on a password-protected website, at town hall meetings, or tabled in the band office. If I believe that I cannot deal with something that's before the courts, but I do understand that there was a public meeting where the member did see that information.
Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, people don't have to go to a public meeting to see what the minister spends in her expenses or what her department spends. It is easily accessible. It is easily available to all. She, like I, are getting hundreds of emails just in the last 2 days of Canadians who think this is wrong. Basic transparency, this is basic good governance, and it should be available to all. So when will the minister start ensuring and empowering First Nations communities and enforce the Financial Transparency Act?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we've been very clear that the First Nations Transparency Act did not work because it was imposed top-down and it accidentally penalized First Nations businesses to predatory practices by competitors. So it is extraordinarily important that members have access to the statements, as do we, but it is not appropriate for it to be transparent to the whole world. This is a relationship between the First Nations and their membership.
Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, after 2 days of raising the issue in this House, it is obvious the Liberals forgot to consider the needs of women and people living with disabilities in their expansion legislation of the Canada Pension Plan. Stakeholders and union leaders agree that C-26 is flawed because of the omission of the dropout provision for these groups. Simple fix. We are proposing changes and asking for this government support. Instead of rushing this expansion into law, will the government take time to fix it by accepting our proposed amendments to making this right for all Canadians?
Honourable Minister of Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All members in this House, including our new colleague from Medicine Hat, are honoured and pleased to take part in this important debate, which signals a historic change in the way in which the CPP is going to assist not only Canadians of this generation, but Canadians of future generations. We can be proud because this is going to be leading to a more inclusive society with greater growth for now and in the future.
Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's not all members because they've excluded women and persons with disabilities by their own purpose and intent. Now, Mr. Speaker, Liberals and Conservatives' trade and economic policies have driven the Canadian auto industry from second to 10th in the world, costing tens and thousands of jobs. For more than a year, Liberals have copied the Harper Conservatives at the expense of workers in Canada with zero results. The Liberals now have a bailout from the auto workers and Unifor, who, unlike the government, successfully negotiated $1 billion worth of new investment in Canada. The workers have done their job. When will the minister do this? And if he's looking for jobs, they're right here. Just come and get them.
Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, I'm so glad the member opposite now understands our government's priority when it comes to good quality Canadian jobs. This is a priority for us, and that is why in the budget we extended the Automotive Innovation Fund to attract investments into Canada, particularly in the auto sector, that will create jobs. We've been engaged with the auto sector, we've been engaged with the unions, and we've seen positive results because of that. Most recently, Mr. Speaker, GM Canada expanded its engineering and software development in Canada and plans to open a new software center creating 1,000 new engineering and high-tech positions. That's creating jobs, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Mr. Speaker,
Next year, Canada will celebrate the 150th anniversary of Confederation. During the year, we will be celebrating our history, our achievements, and our common values, which include gender equality. Can the Minister of Status of Women inform this House how our government will promote equality in 2017?
Honourable Minister.
Well, merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague from New Brunswick Southwest for her question. Gender equality is a priority of our government.
Anniversary of Confederation, I launched a call for proposals to bring together 150 women leaders, advocates, and feminist organizations and engage them in local projects to advance gender equality. Mr. Speaker, we understand the importance of advocacy in making real progress towards equality and leave a lasting legacy for future generations. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Well, Mr. Speaker, Africa is considered to be one of the most dangerous and unstable regions in the world. A report published this week shows that terrorist groups have obtained a wide range of heavy weapons from government stockpiles throughout Africa. All the Defence Minister has told Canadians is that conflicts are very complex. Now, will the Minister finally be honest with Canadians, tell us where our troops are going, will they be in combat, and how long will they be there?
Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member is right. In terms of the complexity and the weapon systems of looking at of the threats that are out there, we need to take our time to making sure that we have all the necessary information, allow the military to do their analysis as well, and also do a whole of government analysis. And when we feel that we are confident with the information, we will dutifully inform the House and Canadians of where we're going and why we're going to be doing it as well, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Well, we're getting tired of waiting for those answers. In Afghanistan, Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Armed Forces heroically fought al-Qaeda alongside our NATO allies. Today, our troops are battling ISIS and a U.S.-led coalition in Iraq. Mr. Speaker, Africa is full of al-Qaeda and ISIS terrorists, but the Liberals want our troops under UN command. Former General Rick Hillier described the UN as being unable to conduct a one-man rush to the outhouse. Why is the Defence Minister abandoning Canada's traditional allies in the war on terror? Is it only to get a seat at the UN Security Council for the Prime Minister?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to inform the honourable member, the same allies who I consult with for the counter-ISIL meetings are the same allies that I work with on United Nations peace operations, because all the conflicts, they actually are interlinked, and making sure that we all work together and not just look at one region of the world. They are interlinked, and we need to be able to coordinate these efforts. That's a level of conversation that we're having, Mr. Speaker, and I'm happy to be able to explain in further detail in a short time, and I'll be happy to explain in person to the honourable member with the analysis that's going to be ongoing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, the United Nations Works and Relief Agency was established in 1949 to support Palestinian refugees. But for years, UNRWA has been manipulated by Gaza's corrupt Hamas government in flagrant contradiction of the UN's stated policy of neutrality. Mr. Speaker, human rights organizations in Canada and abroad cite unacceptable redirection of AIDS funds and material, storage of weapons, and incitement to violence against Israel in UNRWA-operated schools. Why, Mr. Speaker, is the government committed to committing new funds to this flawed UN agency?
The Honourable Minister of International Development.
Mr. Speaker, Palestinian refugees are among the poorest and most vulnerable people in the world, and my mandate is to help them. That is why, after having made serious checks into these allegations, we issued a report with robust control mechanisms. I announced funding of $25 million for the stability of the region and for their safety. I prefer to see the children there in school instead of in the street.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Liberals to continue their UN Security Council ambition by compromising security itself. The Minister of International Development just announced funding to UNRWA to the tune of $25 million. UNRWA is a UN organization with known ties to Hamas. Hamas is a designated terrorist organization. Is the potential to have hard-working Canadian tax dollars fund jihadist terrorists really worth the UN Security Council seat for this government? For sure not.
The Honourable Minister of International Development.
My colleague, that we have done all the necessary verifications in cooperation with our allies and UNRWA and even the Israeli government. before making this decision. This funding announcement includes robust oversight mechanisms and a stronger accountability framework. This funding is crucial for the security of the region. Thank you.
Honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
The Minister of Transport's announcement last week left us hopeful for real action on abandoned vessels and wrecks. But it's now clear that the Liberal plan doesn't go nearly far enough. There's nothing to prevent abandoned vessels from becoming a hazard in the first place. Will the plan really leave taxpayers and local governments on the hook for action? Is this government really excluding any preventative measures? And why are they wasting this opportunity to clean up our coasts?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would highly encourage that my colleague across the way read what we said in the Oceans Protection Plan, because there is some very, very clear indication there with respect to derelict and abandoned vessels of a large number of initiatives that we are going to make in order to make owners accountable, also working with the provinces and territories as part of the mechanisms to clean it up, and also in the long term begin the process of cleaning up these hundreds of wrecks that are on our three coasts.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Loire. Absolutely, there is nothing that could prevent an arrival of another wreck in Beauharnois, for example. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the Minister of Transport has approved the dismantling of the Catherine Spirit last week, except that the $7.9 million contract to build the embankment around it is going to Groupe Saint-Pierre, the same company that had to stop the dismantling work 5 years ago because it had neither the expertise nor a certificate of authorization. The Catherine Spirit has already cost taxpayers $4 million. Will the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans confirm to the citizens in my riding that the Groupe Saint-Pierre now has the expertise needed to get the job done? Honourable Minister of Transport. Of course, Mr. Speaker, the reason that we chose Groupe Saint-Pierre is because we absolutely want to get rid of the Catherine Spirit as quickly as possible. It's been there for 5 years. It's time to act. It wasn't done under the previous government, so we're going to do it. $7.9 million to build an embankment in order to isolate the ship from the St. Lawrence. And then in the spring, after a call for tenders, we will dismantle the ship.
Bill Creek.
President-elect Trump has made the development of $50 trillion worth of natural resources a top priority. But here in Canada, the Liberals are going in the opposite direction. Woodfibre LNG has received the Environment Minister's approval, but is still waiting for the Transport Minister to sign its export permits to begin construction. As the U.S. becomes a major energy exporter, Canadian producers need access to Asian markets. Will the minister save the Woodfibre LNG jobs and approve their export permits immediately?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Environment.
Mr. Speaker, the Department of Environment and Climate Change and the Minister of Environment and Climate Change approved the Woodfibre project proceeding under Canada's environmental assessment legislation. We are working actively with the province of British Columbia to see that project moving forward. As the member may know, there was a decision announced by the company to move forward with an investment decision only 2 weeks ago, and we continue to collaborate with British Columbia and with the proponent to move the project forward.
The Honourable Member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
I was elected by people who understand that Liberal policies, especially the carbon tax, destroy economic opportunities and drive up costs for families in my riding. Carbon taxes diminish our competitiveness, they hurt our economy, and negatively impact Canadians who are already struggling to make ends meet.
That's right.
Will the Liberals finally listen to hardworking Canadians and scrap the carbon tax?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the previous Conservative government had a Democrat in the White House for almost a decade, and they accomplished nothing to address climate change. Now, with a Republican in the White House, they want Canada to continue to do nothing. That's not the approach that we plan to take, Mr. Speaker. Canadians voted for a government that would transition to a low-carbon economy, to stimulate growth, provide access to new markets, and create good middle-class jobs, and that is exactly what we are going to do.
Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, in July 2015, our Conservative government pledged to invest $60 million in the Quebec Harbour-Beauport 2020 project. This major project is important for the Quebec City economy, and that is why the mayor of our city supports that project. And yet, since this government was elected, we've heard no news from it, not only about 2020, but also with regard to the Foulon Walkway and the expansion of the Rosse-Gaudreau cruise ship terminal. Mr. Speaker, is the Prime Minister trying to punish the residents of Quebec City who voted for the Conservatives? When is he going to support these projects? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, I can tell you that I care very deeply about the Quebec City Harbour. That's where I was born, and it is a very important harbour. We are working on this file, and when we have something to say, we'll say it.
For Northwest Territories.
Mr. Speaker, for many years, the people of the Inuvialuit communities, especially Paulatuk, and the environmental and conservation organization have been advocating to protect the sensitive ecosystem in Darnley Bay, in my riding of the Northwest Territories. I wonder if the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans might update the House on what concrete steps the government is considering to ensure this beautiful and pristine marine environment is protected for current and future generations.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Honourable Member for Northwest Territories not only for that very incisive question, but also for his excellent work on this important issue. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to inform the House, and my friends obviously are excited as well, that after consultations with stakeholders and our Inuvialuit partners, we have designated a new marine protected area in Darnley Bay, located in the Beaufort Sea. Mr. Speaker, today we're taking important steps to provide much-needed protection for sensitive marine habitat. The new marine protected area will take us closer to our 5% goal by next year.
The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Leader of the Opposition reminded this House of the 10-year, $100 million investment our party put in place to prevent, detect and combat family violence and child abuse, including funding for Aboriginal women who are the most vulnerable of victims. She asked the Health Minister to confirm that this funding has not been cut, but no clear answer was provided. So again, Mr. Speaker, is this funding still in place at the Public Health Agency of Canada?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to inform this House that, in fact, this funding still is in place and is being used by the Public Health Agency of Canada. I'm also pleased to inform this House that, to expand on that, I'm very happy to work with my colleague, the Minister for the Status of Women, to work on development of a gender-based violence strategy, and we look forward to introducing the details of that in the very near future.
Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was shocked to hear what the Minister and Member for Compton Stansted had to say about the Sherbrooke Airport. It's being delayed again. I hope it's not another case of the good old Liberal policy when they campaign on a priority, but then when they get elected, it drops to the bottom of the list. Government after government, Sherbrooke has been waiting for this to be fixed because it's a question of airport safety. Over 1 year after being elected, will the minister make this a priority at the cabinet table and finally fix it once and for all? Thank you. Well, Minister of Transport. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, there are many airports in Canada that do not have a safety management system, and the Sherbrooke Airport is just one example. We have said clearly that the Sherbrooke Airport can be equipped with such a system, but it would be at the cost of the airport. But it is available to all airports that want it, and that has been our position for some time.
Mr. Speaker, during my conversation with Richmond Hill constituents, mental health repeatedly emerges as a pressing issue that our government must tackle. Many of the challenges mentioned included long wait times for appointments and the absence of local community-based services. Can the Minister update the House with what she is doing to promote and advance mental health services in Canada? Thank you.
Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member from Richmond Hill for his important question. There is no Canadian who doesn't have a friend or family member affected by mental illness. Et tous les députés dans cette chambre connaissent.
And all the members in this House know someone who is affected by mental health issues. And we all know that we must do more to make mental health services accessible. I met with my counterparts last month.
With the court, I'm working with the provinces and territories to make lasting transformations so that we can better serve the mental health needs of Canadians.
Member for Calgary Confederation.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are dying every day from illicit fentanyl. We assume that the Minister followed Health Committee testimony ahead of the opioid study later this week. We were told by the RCMP and Canadian Border Services that almost all of the illicit fentanyl on the Canadian streets is coming from are coming from one single country. Unless we turn off that tap, these deadly drugs will continue to pour onto our streets and kill Canadians. Can the Minister confirm that China is the main source of illegal fentanyl, and what has she done to stop it?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Health, the Minister of Justice and I have had a series of consultations with our provincial counterparts. The provinces of Alberta and British Columbia are particularly concerned about this issue. It is a health issue. It is also very much a criminal justice issue and an import issue. We are working on a strategy at the moment to address all aspects of this very serious problem. Fentanyl is a scourge upon this country, and we all must work together to make sure we deal with it effectively.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm following up on a question asked yesterday of the Minister of National Defence by my colleague from Courtney Alberni. It's about the Shawnigan Lake Quarry, which has been shown now to violate its permits. It was approved for contaminated soil disposal, but downstream, where 12,000 residents of Vancouver Island depend on that for drinking water, there are carcinogens, toluene, chromium, aluminum. The source, unfortunately, is that DND is using this facility for the disposal of contaminated soil from CFB Esquimalt. Will the Minister immediately end shipments of contaminated soil to this quarry?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Provincial and territorial governments are responsible for approval, licensing and monitoring of waste management operations in this country. The province of British Columbia issued a permit relating to the establishment of a soil remediation facility in Shawnigan Lake. Environment and Climate Change Canada officials have conducted a review and are monitoring the situation. However, at this time, no potential Fisheries Act violations have been identified. Potential pollution issues and prevention issues should be related to the issuance of the permit, should be directed to the Environmental Protection Branch of BC's Ministry of the Environment.
Yesterday, following question period, the member for Belleuil-Chambly rose to request that I investigate whether a member of the press gallery, as reported on social media, had been prevented from attending a committee meeting. At the time, I undertook to review the situation, and I can now inform the House that a journalist did, in fact, initially experience some difficulty accessing yesterday's meeting of the Standing Committee on National Defence.
On the part of security personnel assigned to the room who believed that the committee meeting in question was taking place in camera. Such meetings, of course, have restricted access.
As soon as security personnel were made aware that the meeting was in fact a public one, the journalist was permitted to attend the committee meeting and observe the proceedings.
Of proper access to parliamentary proceedings cannot be overstated, as it is an integral component of our parliamentary democracy. I can reassure the House that all efforts will be made by the Parliamentary Protective Service to ensure that such an incident is not repeated in the future.
I would like to thank the member for Belleuil-Chambly for bringing this matter to my attention and to the attention of the House.
Dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents.
Order. Order. I encourage members to take their conversations out into the lobbies. Alors.
Order.
Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36, Bracket 8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's response to 33 petitions.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Minister of International Trade, and according to Standing Order 32.2, I have the honour of tabling in both official languages a document entitled Agreement between Canada and Mongolia for the Promotion and Protection of Investments, signed at Ulaanbaatar on September 8th, 2016. An explanatory note accompanies the document.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by members. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Yukon.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour of tabling in both official languages the 15th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs concerning its study of the Supplementary Estimates B for the financial year 2016-2017. As well, Mr. President, I have the honour of tabling in both official languages the 16th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. The committee would like to mention that pursuant to Section 91.2, subsection 91.1, subsection 2, the committee would meet to study the report at second reading of the private members' bill presented in the Senate. And it has recommended that the following matters not be designated non-votable, but that they be studied by the House.
Pursuant to Standing Order 91.1 sub 2, the report is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for King Vaughan.
I have the honour to present both official languages the third report of the Steering Committee on the Environment and Sustainable Development in relation to Bill C-238, an act respecting the development of a national strategy for the safe disposal of lamps containing mercury. The committee has studied the bill and has decided to report the bill back to the House with amendment.
Introduction of private members' bills. Ms. Benson, seconded by Mr. Weir, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Canadian Environmental Protection Act 1999, Prohibition of Asbestos. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am honoured to introduce a bill that will ban a deadly substance, asbestos. I've heard from many constituents who have lost loved ones to this terrible scourge, and the epidemic of asbestos-related deaths must be stopped. I am always open to working with the government to ensure Canadians' health and safety. I hope that all members of this House will support this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Benson, seconded by Mr. Weir, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted. Shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. The Honourable Member for Brantford-Brant.
Sir.
Oh, sorry. Excuse me. Before we do that, sorry. Mr. McColman, seconded by Mr. McKenzie, moves that the second report of the Standing Committee on Finance presented on Friday, March 11, 2016, be concurred in. Debate. The Honourable Member for Brantford-Brant.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today, first of all, I will be splitting my time, Mr. Speaker, so just to advise you of that. I stand today to talk about the business of the Finance Committee and also about where this government is taking our country from a financial, economic point of view, or should I say mismanaging our economy as it stands today. It could be a title called A Trail of Broken Promises. Let me deal with three of the more major broken promises that this government campaigned on, yet today still has broken the promise, the solemn promise to Canadians. The first one would be on deficits. This government believes that they can spend their way to prosperity. This is something that's been tried by other governments. In my province of Ontario, when I was in business for 25 years and watched consecutive Liberal governments and NDP governments try to spend their way to prosperity, it ended in disaster. Today, it is a disaster in Ontario, with our province being the most indebted sub-sovereign government in all of North America. And let me tell you about the promise that was made by this government: small deficit spending. Instead, we find out in the fall economic update, they're going to be, for this fiscal year, $31 billion. Let me register that with Canadians one more time. $31 billion, not the $10 billion that was promised. And there's not one job that's been created since they were elected as a result of spending this money. It's a false message, Mr. Speaker, that you can spend your way to prosperity. It's a disaster. Number two would be lowering taxes for small business. Now, we all campaigned on doing that, all of our parties. However, when we received the budget last spring, something was missing. It was that small business tax reduction. Now, all of us know the importance of small business. All of us know the statistic that 80% of good-paying full-time jobs are created by small business. What does this mean to the individuals who were planning expansion of perhaps a company that employs 20 people, but is on the verge of perhaps employing 10 more or 5 more people? It means that they have to stop and give it a second thought. It means that as this government moves forward with additional taxes on them, namely the CPP hidden tax increase of payroll tax, along with what's coming with the carbon tax, they're now looking at their situation a whole lot differently. In fact, they're saying, maybe we just stay small, maybe we just reduce the size of our operation, and maybe we just decide that, you know what, for the duration of how long this owner is going to be in the business, perhaps they say, you know what, it just isn't worth the effort anymore. And many businesses are making that decision. Make no mistake, as a government, we were heading in the right direction. We were telling them about the tax reductions that were given, that were allowed to them, the credits for new hires, the EI holiday for a new hire. These are things that incent small business. What we've seen are total disincentives since this government came to power. And perhaps the one that we heard most about at Finance Committee when we were doing pre-budget consultations and after the budget, the thing that we were hearing from businesses, large, medium, and small, were when will this government commit to what they said they would do during the election campaign, which is bring us back to balance. So in other words, if we're going to deficit spend, because we made that promise, okay, they broke that one by going 3 times as much as they'd said. But when will we be back to bring the economy back to balance, bring the books back to balance? And we've seen, since they've been in power over a year now, that there's absolutely no intention to bring things back to balance. Now, this is a record that's replaying itself, really, because I remember a time in the early years of my own business when governments were spending like drunken sailors, and there was no plan. And so it had to come to a reckoning, and it came to a reckoning. It came to a reckoning of a government having to make major cutbacks in terms of provincial health transfers, and it was done in a way that was arbitrary. It was done in a way that without consultation, and it had to be done because of deficits that had grown beyond the country's ability to go any further in terms of debt repayment. Let alone another issue that has resulted since this administration has come into power, and that's the investment that is exiting this country right now. The investment community right now is looking at things that they were intending to do to expand, and they're leaving. Let me give you an example within my riding. There's a company in my riding that's in heavy forging. They forge large pieces that go into oil and gas and hydroelectric installations. I'm talking about forgings the length of this room and 4 feet in diameter. They're a huge user of energy as a result. They're a huge user of energy. Let me talk about this company from a couple of fronts. First of all, this company has operations as well in the United States. And when they look at their production, the cost of producing in Canada, they're factoring in every month enormous costs of electricity and gas. Obviously from Brantford, they are located in the heart of southern Ontario. Ontario today has the highest electricity rates in all of North America. What does that do for this company? It tells them, we don't really care about how much electricity is costing you. Or they come to them and they say, well, yes, when they show the evidence, yes, it is costing them this much. How much would it be to move our operations south of the border, which is going to happen to more and more companies? But further to that, at the federal level, what's happening is a carbon tax is coming into place. Now, the last time they did the analysis of a carbon tax was during the 2008 election. And during the 2008 election, there was a proposal on the table to bring in a carbon tax by the Liberals. And what the owner of this company did was he did the calculation per employee, how much more cost would be borne by the business as a result of that carbon tax. And at that time, the analysis was $9,000 per employee per year. So do the math. 400 good-paying jobs times $9,000 per employee added to it. Now, I do not have the math for what the new government or what the Liberal government is proposing, but I can tell you it is more than 9,000 as they move forward to elevate the carbon tax. The decisions of this company ride on being competitive, worldwide competitive. That's 400 jobs that could very, very well move south of the border, let alone the landscape change with the new administration in the United States. The new administration in the United States has said, we will reduce taxes to the lowest possible level to bring back industry into the United States, not only that is led, but other industries that want to locate here. They've already been doing it years. The states have been doing it. Many states have been doing it with tax holidays for companies that come in, property tax holidays, credits for employees for a period of time, and there's many incentives. Many of them have been resisted by business. But as they go forward, I can tell you the competitive nature of the way that companies like this operate will pretty much be the death knell to many of them being in Canada. And I fear that because I come from a community that's blue collar, that has a heritage of manufacturing that we've seen go offshore for many, many years. But the ones we have left, we want to keep because they're good paying jobs. Yet this government does not create one job over the course of the time that they've been here in power, yet spend, spend, spend has been the mantra, never with a plan to pay it back. Madam Speaker, I urge all members to pay attention to what's going on in this.
So before we go to questions and comments, there's a lot of noise coming off the floor, so if you want to have conversations, please take them off the floor because there are important discussions being had here. Questions and comments, questions et commentaires, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's interesting that the Conservative party had chosen this particular report. You know, I think Canadians understand and appreciate what is actually happening. The enormous amount of work that the Finance Committee has done in terms of providing this particular report. We can appreciate what's important to Canadians is important to this government. We've demonstrated that in the production of the 2016-2017 budget, a budget that delivers in many ways tangible items, Madam Speaker. We can talk about the 1% tax or the 1% tax increase to Canada's 1%, if I can reword that properly, Madam Speaker, or the most important middle-class tax cut. We can talk about the Canada Child Benefit expansion, and there's so much more, guaranteed income supplement increases. And my question for the member is, would he not agree that the Minister or the Committee of Finance has an important role to play in terms of looking over the implementation budget, which should be going to the committee shortly, dealing with this particular report?
Brampton Brant.
Madam Speaker, to answer this question, there's absolutely a key role for the Finance Committee to play, and that is to make sure that governments do not go into deficit without a plan to come out of deficit, without a plan to balance. Now, at the Finance Committee, we heard from the Finance Minister on a number of occasions, and when asked this question, all we saw was an evasive answer at first and then no answer in the future. So, Madam Speaker, what we heard from witnesses after witnesses, banks, representatives of medium-sized, representatives of small business, is, you know, they were elected to run a deficit, but when are they going to take it back to balance? And the answer is they have no answer.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the member for the opportunity to consider the committee's pre-budget consultation report. And I want to speak to the member. I mean, we know that infrastructure was a big part of the Liberal plan and promise, and it was certainly talked about in the pre-budget consultations. And there was a lot of controversy, it seems to me, in the report from the various groups about whether going ahead with a certain model of infrastructure bank was actually a good idea. And some of the suggestions, to be sure, was to further study the idea. Since then, the government, without producing any real study, in fact, I mean, we heard just in question period today the extent to which the government's own Minister of Infrastructure is confused about how their Canadian infrastructure bank model is actually going to work. So they didn't do the study. They haven't issued any conclusions, but they have announced the infrastructure bank, which seems to me passing strange. In fact, they've already met with the investors that they're supposed to be using the bank to leverage, even though by their own admission, they have no idea how the process is going to work. And I'd just like to hear what the honourable member has to say about rushing ahead with a project and really having no idea where it's going, where it's going to end up, what the goals are, and what it's going to cost Canadians.
For Brantford Brant.
Well, I thank Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for his question, and he's actually drilling down to the fact that perhaps this will be another one of those promises of an infrastructure bank without giving any detail that will come back and will haunt the economy. And let me describe it this way. Let's be very clear. What the investors at this level want to do is they want to make as much profit and as much margin as they can on their investments. And they want to reduce risk. And so what this bank,
risk will be on tax.
We don't know yet, but we're very close to perhaps knowing what investors think, is if we can offload the risk to taxpayers by having this bank, yet gain all of the return on these projects of the profits that they will bring, this would be the perfect scenario. And so make no mistake, we're watching very closely what this government does in terms of the structures. They've given us no details at all, first of all. So while we have a model that's working well called P3, they're deciding to undo that on speculation that investors will be the ones who will cover both sides of the equation, profit and risk, but they perhaps will not take the risk, and it will be left to Canadian taxpayers.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Carleton. Point of order, the honourable member for Regina Capel.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, and I can assure you I'm not trying to backseat drive here or anything like that. And with all due respect to my colleague from Carleton, I did have to listen to him quite a bit on Sunday, and I think the House would like to hear from some good Saskatchewan wisdom. So I move, seconded by the Chief Opposition Whip, that the member for Cypress Hills Grasslands be now heard. I did see him standing up before the member started speaking.
So did I. So did I. Well, they were both up. Pierre is quite upset about this. You're in. Got it? Order. Mr. Scheer, seconded by Mr. Brown, moved that the honourable member for Cypress Hills be now heard. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Though all those in favour of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Calling the members. Thank you very much. The question is the following one. Mr. Scheer, seconded by Mr. Brown, moved that the honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands be now heard. All those in favour of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Lebel.
Monsieur Lebel.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Monsieur Clark.
Monsieur Clark.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Back to Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. O'Bry.
Mr. O'Bry.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nanterre.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Saganac.
Monsieur Saganac.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Madame Sans
Madame
Souci.
Sans Souci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Stutsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms.
Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Sargent.
Mr. Sargent.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Jolie.
Madame Jolie.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
We get Mrs. Philpott? Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Leboutillier.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Picard.
Monsieur Picard.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Cuzner.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsef.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Lametti.
Monsieur Lametti.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratansi.
Ms. Ratansi.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eichen.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Alisley.
Ms. Alisley.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Bayliss.
Mr. Bayliss.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Monsieur Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Ms. DeBrusen.
Ms. DeBrusen.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Ms. Pettipat-Taylor.
Ms. Pettipat-Taylor.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Gurwal.
Mr. Grewal.
Monsieur Yacono.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le sud-ouest, île des Sœurs.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le sud-ouest, île des Sœurs.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Serre.
Mr. Serre.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsky, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsky, Fraser
Ms.
Canyon.
Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
De retour à Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mrs. Bloch.
Mrs. Bloch.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Abul Tayyip.
Mr. Abul Tayyip.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Ananda Sangri.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. DeMoff.
Mr. Corsi.
Mr. De Corsi.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Mr. El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Kung.
Mr. Kung.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Massé Avignon, La Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé Avignon, La Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Monsieur Willett.
Monsieur Wallet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval. Ayes pour 223, 223 nays contre 65, 65.
Declare the motion carried. The honourable member for Langley-Aldergrove has a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, in the excitement of the moment, I voted both yes and no. I wanted to clarify that my vote is yes. No.
I thank the member for the clarification. I don't want to vote both ways. The honourable member for for Caribou Prince George has a point of order.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. In the moment of sheer excitement and in a moment of reflection, I voted yes when I should have been voting no. I'd much prefer to hear the honourable colleague from Carleton speak on this. Thank you.
Thank the member. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre has a point of order.
On a point of order, when this motion was being read, I was yelling out that I thought I said that it was a shame that the opposition is carrying on in such a way.
This sounds like debate, I'm afraid. Not a point of order. I appreciate him rising. The honourable member for Barrie Springwater or Madani is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I must apologize. I had a clarification of conscience after voting yes, and now I must tell you that my vote is no, and I did vote twice during the proceedings.
The member, and I trust that's all the clarifications for today. Order. The honourable member for Cape Breton Canso will come to order. Order. I have exciting news here. It's exciting news. You want to hear this? Order, order, order. It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The honourable member for Drummond, official languages. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, foreign affairs. The honourable member for Calgary, Nose Hill, foreign affairs. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands. A point of order. Is the honourable Minister of Social Development rising on a point of order?
I would like to table the government's answers to question Q125 to Q126.
That's tabled. Ministers can table whenever they wish to. The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the members in the House for having such great confidence in me in spite of the campaign that my colleague from Carleton launched as well. And I was very thankful, Mr. Speaker, that you didn't have to cast the deciding vote in this vote. But I think the government members, who I am very thankful for their support, but I think they're going to be disappointed here in the next few minutes, just as Canadians have been very disappointed in the last year that they've had to face the consequences of having elected the government across from us. And certainly this has been a long year, Mr. Speaker. The economy has slowed down, and obviously it's affecting Canadians across the country. I want to talk a little bit, Mr. Speaker, about my area. And
order. We have resumed debate. I encourage members to take their conversations into the lobbies, or out onto the front lawn, or somewhere other than in here. And I encourage members to listen to the honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands, who has the floor. Order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Appreciate that. I did want to take a little bit of time to talk about the impact of this government on my area. And obviously, as you know, the Cypress Hills Grasslands is a large part of southwestern Saskatchewan. Agriculture has been a big issue. And so the agriculture actually has done well over the last few years. The prices have been up. We've had some pretty good crops, but this fall, obviously the snow and the weather has impacted agriculture in a huge way. There's also been quite a change in terms of cattle prices over the last year, so a lot of the cattlemen are facing pressures that they haven't faced over the last couple of years.
But certainly one of the things that's helped over the past few years has been the previous government's commitment to trade agreements, signing over 35 trade agreements around the world, and that has impacted agriculture directly in our part of the world. It's certainly been good to see that CETA did not fall apart under this government. It seemed like they did everything they could to create problems in getting CETA implemented, but we see that there was a step here in the last couple of weeks. It looks like it will be implemented at some point in Europe, and that is a good thing. There's a question, I guess, Mr. Speaker, on what is the future of the TPP. We've seen some change in government in the United States coming up. President-elect Trump has made it very clear that he does not support TPP. We believe in this country that the Trans-Pacific Partnership is a good thing generally for Canadians, and that certainly having that partnership with those Pacific nations would only benefit us in terms of trade. Second area in my writing that is of great importance to me is oil and gas. The energy sector in our area has been a major factor in our part of the world, and it's unfortunate to see this government and the Alberta government in particular create so much uncertainty for the oil and gas sector in Western Canada. Now, I guess I'm very thankful that I'm from Saskatchewan. We've had a strong government there, a government that's committed to natural resources, a premier who has been willing to speak his mind, a premier who has led the way in many ways around the world in terms of leadership on this issue. And I should mention the carbon capture and storage project that's in place in southeastern Saskatchewan. It's been a huge impact, and it gives an example of what we can do in terms of innovative technology regarding carbon, and so we would expect that this government would have a little bit more interest in those kinds of things that will allow our oil and gas industries to develop responsibly. And I guess obviously one of the things that we would be talking about in that area would be the Keystone Pipeline. This is a pipeline that has been very important to many of us, and actually, Mr. Speaker, I've had pipe laying in my riding now for almost 10 years, and it was for the Keystone Pipeline. The stuff, I think actually some of it has been coated once already because it's laid out long enough that it need to be recoated, but I would certainly love to see that pipeline be underground rather than sitting on top of the ground, and hopefully that will happen here soon. The government across the way has said so far that they're not going to interfere with the Keystone Pipeline construction. We can only take them at their word. We hope that they're not misleading Canadians on this, and certainly we look forward to the revival of interest in Keystone across the border and the movement of them several 100,000 barrels of oil a day down the United States, down to the Gulf, which actually does give us opportunity to export some of our product and to find new markets as well. So when I hear the Natural Resource Minister saying we're not really that interested in Keystone anymore, we need to remind him that this is an important part of economic development in Western Canada, and he does need to continue to support that. It's going to be interesting to see whether that pipeline will be supported, whether the growth in that sector will be supported by this government, because this pipeline has already been approved in Western Canada, and it needs to move ahead. We don't believe that this government should stand in the way, and hopefully they will keep their word when they say they're not going to do that. I have to tell you, Madam Speaker, that Western Canadians are getting very disenchanted with this government and getting somewhat tired of seeming like they are not being heard at all by this government, particularly on natural resource development. This government's going to need as much help for economic growth as possible. I think we're over a year into their mandate, and they have yet to create one single full-time job, which they should be apologizing to Canadians instead of bragging about their economic platform. We've seen spending is ballooning. It's getting larger all the time. It's growing at an incredible rate. Their deficits are skyrocketing. It doesn't seem like so long ago that we thought it was ridiculous that they were promising $10 billion deficits, and people in our part of the country rejected even that notion. And now certainly we're looking at deficits in the neighborhood of $30 billion, perhaps more, extending out as far as we can see, out to the horizon, out to the future. People are tired of broken promises, and they're already tired of stagnant federal leadership. It's only been a year, and they're already getting tired of what they're seeing. It's just incredible that after all of this and all the noise that we've heard from them, that there hasn't been one full-time job that they can show has been created in this country by their economic plan. So their economic plan has failed. Canadians are already paying for it, and we find out the Liberals are borrowing extra $32 billion over the next 5 years with no reason to believe that things are going to get better I guess, speaking of $30 billion, it takes us somewhat into the area of this new investment bank infrastructure investment bank that they're proposing around the, suggesting moving about $35 billion, I understand, into this bank. And it doesn't appear that it's going to be very useful for Canadians or helpful for Canadians to have a large-scale infrastructure bank that protects the investors, these billionaire investors that will come perhaps from other countries and from Canada, and their liabilities will be limited while the taxpayers' liabilities will be infinite. And it doesn't seem like a fair way to treat Canadians. It doesn't seem like a fair way to treat taxpayers. We had a very successful infrastructure program going, and this government just seems bound and determined that they're going to wipe that out just because they can. There's a lot of other things that are taking place that Liberal tax hikes Canadians are facing. Red tape is increasing. It's just making things even worse for Canadians. I guess we remember things like they've canceled the family tax credit for sports and arts classes. They canceled small business tax cuts, and that was significant across the country because at the same time they want to increase CPP premiums, and so businesses and individuals are being tagged for up to $2,200, perhaps even more than that, in order to cover those increases that the Liberals think that they need. That CPP tax hike thing is something that Canadians need to be paying attention to because it doesn't actually impact this generation. It's going to take 20 to 30 to 40 years before it'll be fully realized. So some people are going to be paying into this for a number of years. They'll never get anything out of it, and they don't seem to understand that that's the case. Carbon tax is another issue, Madam Speaker. I spent 6 years on the Natural Resource Committee, and we talked a lot about carbon dioxide, carbon taxes. We talked about carbon exchanges. We talked about putting a price on carbon, and it seemed like every one of these schemes that's being suggested in Canada has been tried somewhere else, and it has failed somewhere else, and now we come late to the game, and we insist on then being part of this whole process. And Madam Speaker, I'm just wondering how much more time do I have? I have 1 minute. Well, Madam Speaker, I would like to move, seconded by the member for Brantford-Brant, that the House do now adjourn.
Mr. Anderson, seconded by Mr. Brantford-Brant. Mr. McColman from Brantford-Brant moves that the House do now adjourn. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt this motion? All those in favor of the motion, please say yea. All those opposed, please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Call in the members.
question is the following one. Mr. Anderson, seconded by Mr. McColman, moved that this House do now adjourn. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson,
Mr.
Caribou.
Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warrowa.
Mr. Warrowa.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lozon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lozon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Zimmis.
Mr.
Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Eglinski.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Commitch.
Mr. Commitch.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Je suppose la motion.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Sagan.
Mr. Sagan.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Leblanc.
Mr. Leblanc.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Kara.
Ms. Kara.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Picard.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Cuzner.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan and Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan and Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Lemetti.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratansi.
Ms. Ratansi.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mrs. Caesar Chauvin.
Mrs. Caesar Chauvin.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlotte.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Shifke.
Monsieur Shifke.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Ananda Sangri.
Mr. Ananda Sangri.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Bayless.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Bettina.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Ms. DeBruson.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. DeMoff.
Mr. De Corsi.
Mr. De Corsi.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Ms. Pettipat Taylor.
Ms. Pettipat Taylor.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine
Mr.
Smith.
Erskine Smith.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central
Mr. Fraser
Nova.
Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Gerwal.
Mr. Graywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Drew Sen.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Yakino.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Kung.
Mr. Kung.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre. Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massey Avignon, Métis Matane Matapédia.
Monsieur Massey Avignon, la Métis Matane Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et l'Essor.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et l'Essor.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nessif.
Madame Nessif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Monsieur Willett.
Monsieur Willett.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Rusnak. Sorry, Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Then Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Monsieur Serre.
Monsieur Serre.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsui, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsui, Fraser Canyon.
Mrs. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Saganac.
Monsieur Saganac.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Madame Sans
Madame
Souci.
Sans Souci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Stutsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Miss May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu. Yeas pour 81, 81. Nays contre 212, 212.
Déclare la motion rejetée.
Declare the motion rejected.
Please, resuming debate. That's all right. Comments after the speech of the honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I must admit I'm a little bit surprised. We just had a vote from a member that wanted to see the House take a break. And, in government, we're here to work, Mr. Speaker. And I can tell members...
Order. The Honourable. Order. I know members are anxious for the House to continue. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have an aggressive agenda as government. We can talk, Mr. Speaker, in regards to the cut to the middle-class tax bracket. We can talk about the Canada Child Benefit Program. We can talk about the substantial increase to the GIS for our seniors. We're lifting seniors out of poverty. We're lifting children out of poverty. We can talk about the investment in Canada's infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, there are so many things that are within this budget and within this government's mandate, and we are disappointed that the member saw fit to actually attempt to adjourn the House. Mr. Speaker, the very bill that we were supposed to and hopeful that we were able to debate today was the issue of the C-26, a historical agreement that would have saw millions of Canadians benefit. My question to the member is very specific. Why did the Conservative Party attempt to adjourn debate when there's so much that Canadians want us to do?
honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the obvious answer is the best thing for Canadians is if this agenda never sees the light of day. It's unbelievable what's happened since this government's taken over. They haven't created one full-time job yet. The Bank of Canada says the government's new housing rules will cost the economy $6 billion by the end of 2018. Our bank economists around the country are publicly calling out the government, telling them to quit adding additional spending. We see that the GDP growth is going to be lower, 10% lower than has been projected, from 1.4 to 1.2 in 2016, from 2.2 down to 2.2% in 2017. What more do Canadians need to hear but that this government's agenda has been a complete and total failure to this point?
Questions and comments. Order. Order. The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I appreciate the honourable member's speech with regards to Canadians not being heard and his concern that conditions are being made worse for Canadians. And then I heard our honourable colleague over the way taking offence to an adjournment motion because he is concerned that there are so many things that we need to do for Canadians. So what I'd like to ask the member is, does he understand and is he concerned that we are debating a motion about CPP enhancements that are ignoring vulnerable people, persons living with disabilities, women who have opted out of the workforce because of child rearing, and these could be fixed with very simple amendments. It's almost disingenuous to hear the rhetoric today. If there really is a genuine desire for us to be addressing and doing the real hard work that this House of Commons needs, I'd like to hear my member talk about how he understands the hypocrisy of this.
The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
I want to thank the member for her question across the way because she's exactly right. The frustration that Canadians are feeling with having to deal with this government is reaching limits that we haven't seen in decades, probably since the last time the Prime Minister's father was Prime Minister of this country. The reality is we're spending our time talking about CPP premium hikes that are going to impact every employer, every employee across this country that don't come into effect for another 20, 30, and 40 years before people are directly impacted by them. It's going to cost a lot of money. It slows down the economy. Our record is that during the worst economic downturn since the recession, we had the best job creation and economic growth amongst all of the G7. We reduced taxes to their lower point in 50 years with a family of four saving almost $7,000 a year. And after running a targeted stimulus program that created and maintained approximately 200,000 jobs, we kept our promise, we balanced the budgets, and we left the Liberals with a surplus, and now we've got this disaster that they brought in only 1 year.
Well, please, the débat, resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, it's a pleasure for me to rise and to put in a very clear way what I believe has been somewhat of a tragic story from the Conservative opposition. In the sense, Madam Speaker, what we have seen is, I believe, a Conservative Party that has really lost touch with what Canadians want to see and their expectations of government, Mr. Speaker. And let me go further by saying it's more than just an expectation of government. Canadians as a whole have an expectation of the official opposition too. And what we've seen today is a disappointment in the official opposition. Because, Mr. Speaker, I can tell you one of the things that Canadians truly believe in is the Canada Pension Plan. They believe in the importance. And not only do Canadians, but what we have witnessed is provinces, territories, every region of our country have recognized the importance of the CPP. Only the Conservative Party, the party that has lost touch with Canadians, does not recognize what it is that Canadians want. And that's really what Bill C-26 is all about, Mr. Speaker. It's delivering to Canadians what Canadians have been asking for, not just for 1 year, but for many years. It's a type of thing in which Stephen Harper...
Point of order. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm sure my friend across the way is well familiar with the rules of the House, and he should know Standing Order 18, which says no member may reflect upon any vote of the House except for the purposes of moving that such a vote be rescinded. Now, he has reflected on the vote of the House in terms of the adjournment proceedings, and he's done so repeatedly. So I would ask that the member be brought to order in that respect in terms of his question.
So after much discussion, first of all, I do want to indicate the seriousness of the issue, I would tend to think that the point of order was more leaning on the debate side. There is some flexibility at this point, but I also want to remind members that when someone has the floor, that we give them that respect to have that floor, as opposed to yelling across the way, and that was happening. So the information is very well taken. I'm sure that the member is going to get right directly to the issue that we are now debating. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And you know, within the document in which the Finance Committee has brought forward, it's all about the budget and the consultation that had taken place for the 2016-2017 budget. It's the first time in which we actually saw, whether it's the Minister of Finance or the Parliamentary Secretary to the Finance or government as a whole, even, Madam Speaker, members of the entire caucus that reached out into their constituents, because we took it serious when the Prime Minister says that he wants us to connect with the Canadians, listen to what Canadians have to say. We took that serious, and we did just that, Madam Speaker. And that is the subject of the matter in which the report that the Conservative Party chose to talk about today. So it's with pleasure that I rise, and let me tell my Conservative colleagues, because they should really rethink the way in which they have voted in regards to our budget. They made a mistake, Mr. Speaker, and you know, they need to be reminded in terms of just exactly how they voted on this budget. Because when you think about it, what did they vote against? Madam Speaker, they voted against a substantial decrease in personal income tax for Canada's middle class. What does that mean, Madam Speaker? That means our firefighters, our factory workers, our teachers, healthcare professionals, so many individuals, 9 million plus, Mr. Speaker, from every region of our country. They're the ones that are getting the tax break. The Conservative Party voted against that, Mr. Speaker. The Conservative Party voted against giving that tax increase to Canada's wealthiest. Even Canada's wealthiest recognizes that they want to participate and pay their fair share. What else did they vote against, Madam Speaker? We have the single highest historical level of infrastructure spending by this government. That Conservative Party, the official opposition, voted against that, Madam Speaker. These are...
Order. I want to remind the official opposition, again, I'm hearing a lot of yelling on that side. So if you look at Standing Order 16(2), when a member is speaking, no member shall interrupt him or her except to raise a point of order. So therefore, I would request that you respect the Standing Order and that you show respect to the person who has the floor. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, infrastructure is such of a critical importance for all Canadians, every region, from coast to coast to coast. We need to invest in infrastructure. This Prime Minister, this government has recognized the need for infrastructure expenditures, and we have set more money into infrastructure than the history of this country. In fact, for many years I sat in opposition, Madam Speaker, and I saw Stephen Harper and the Conservative government do nothing in recognition of the importance of infrastructure. And that's why I feel that the Conservatives once again made a mistake by voting against this budget, Madam Speaker. You want to talk about helping Canadians? Take a look at what I made reference to in my questions. This budget, Madam Speaker, is seeing substantial increases to Canada's Child Benefit Program. That is going to assist tens of thousands of children, again, in every region of our great nation, is going to be lifted out of poverty as a direct result of this budget. And what do we see? We saw the official opposition vote against the budget, denying that benefit, Madam Speaker. But it doesn't end there. What about our seniors? Some of the most vulnerable seniors that we have in our society. Talk about our single seniors that are finding it difficult in order to be able to decide, do I buy the medications that I need or do I get the food? And quite often what we see, Madam Speaker, is seniors making a decision, well, I'll go and buy the medications and then go to a food bank. Well, this Prime Minister and this government, again, has recognized the importance by increasing the GIS to the most vulnerable seniors in our society. And once again, the Conservative Party voted against that, Madam Speaker. We can continue to go on. You want to talk about vision. This is a government that demonstrates leadership by vision and taking actions, Mr. Speaker, something that we did not see with the Conservative Party. Let me give you two examples, Madam Speaker, one of which we were supposed to be talking about this afternoon, Madam Speaker. The Canada Pension Program. The Canada Pension Program and this budget and this document, and if members would have been listening as we had canvassed Canadians from coast to coast to coast, they would have found that pensions were very important. Historical agreement by this government demonstrating leadership where we brought provinces of all political stripes, Madam Speaker, all political stripes. They came on board. They recognized what Canadians have recognized is something that's very important, and that was to increase CPP, because it's not just about today. We should be thinking about future generations also, Madam Speaker, and that's what having a vision and having a plan is all about. That's something in which this government, this Prime Minister, brought to the table, and we were able to deliver in a substantial way. And you know what, Madam Speaker? Only the Conservative Party in this entire country, best I can tell, the Conservative Party is the only political entity that actually opposes investing in pension programs, Madam Speaker. And in fact, if you listen to the speeches that they provided on C-26, one would question whether or not they even believe in the CPP, Madam Speaker. So I believe that that's something in which the Conservative Party needs to reflect on in terms of their voting pattern inside the House. But, Madam Speaker, it doesn't stop there. You know, we had the Paris Agreement. A Paris Agreement, how many of our constituents talk to us about the importance of the environment? Madam Speaker, many is right, and I can tell you that many is not just in Liberal ridings. That many...
Order. I know that this is a very passionate debate, but I'm sure that the official opposition is able to restrain themselves from, well, it may be hard, but again, I'm sure that you would want the respect that others have afforded you when you were speaking, and I'm sure that the parliamentary secretary also would appreciate that respect, as would the people who are actually watching this today. So the honourable parliamentary secretary to the government House Leader can continue.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Let's continue on. You know, we have this Paris Agreement. In this Paris Agreement, once again, we have seen a historical a demonstration of strong leadership coming right from the Prime Minister to the Cabinet, again to a caucus that has recognized what Canadians really want to see, a government that's genuinely concerned about our environment. Madam Speaker, how many individuals have I knocked on in terms of over the last year plus? Many constituents have told me, whether it's at McDonald's, whether it's hitting a door, wherever it might be, people are concerned about the environment. They want to see a government take action. Why, in good part, Madam Speaker, is because the Stephen Harper Conservative government did nothing on the environment, Madam Speaker. They stood by and did absolutely nothing. When I look at it, Madam Speaker, now for the first time, we have seen, again, I would argue, a historical action by the government in terms of leadership, where we got the provinces, again, of all political stripes, of many different political stripes, coming to the table saying, yes, we are in favor of having a price on carbon. Madam Speaker, that is the responsible thing to do, and it is not any sort of a revenue grab. That's a false argument, Madam Speaker, because the federal government is not receiving any money from the price on carbon. It is going to the provinces, and it's up to the provinces to determine in terms of what's going to be happening on there. Madam Speaker, we have an aggressive agenda in regards to health care. Ask Canadians, ask your constituents what is an important issue to them, and you will find more often than not that health care is one of those issues that comes all of the time, Madam Speaker. We have a Minister of Health for the first time in many years that truly cares about the role that Canada has to play in the future development of health care. For many years, the Conservative government did nothing to attempt to renew the health care accord. You know, they talk about, well, we put in lots of money into health care. No, the federal Conservatives never put more money into the health care. It was the No, I'm not kidding. Pay attention. Madam Speaker, it was Paul Martin who put into the health care accord.
Order. We only have about 4 minutes left before the debate ends for the rest of the day on this issue, and so I would hope that you would want to hear what the member has to say and that you could jot down the questions that are coming to your mind instead of having to yell them out. So, again, before I continue, I just want to remind members that Standing Order 16.2, when a member is speaking, no member shall interrupt him or her except to raise a point of order. Therefore, I remind the members not to interject when the colleague has the floor. Point of order for the member from Brantford.
6% a year more into health care every year.
This is debate. I'm sorry, it's not a point of order, it's debate. Point of order, l'honorable député de Mégantic-Lérable.
The member for Mégantic-Lérable. The member has to speak to the chair and not speak directly to us, and that's what he just did, Madam Speaker. The member is addressing his remarks to the chair, so thanks very much. And I hope you'll be able to refrain from outbursts a little more.
Financed to the degree it is financed today because of Paul Martin and the health care accord, which was achieved under a Liberal administration. That is the reason why we have the funds going into the health care that we have today. Madam Speaker, I'm finding that we're very quickly running out of time. I do have a bit of a pet peeve when I see Conservative after Conservative try to stand up and give the impression that they represent the interests of the province of Alberta. You know, I'm a Prairie Member of Parliament, Madam Speaker, and I can tell you, for years I saw a Conservative government ignore the needs of the province of Alberta. And when you take a look at what's good for Alberta is indeed good for Canada and vice versa. And I can tell you, Madam Speaker, that the Conservatives failed at recognizing the importance of pipelines and looking at the environment. The Conservatives failed at delivering any pipelines to Tidewaters, Madam Speaker. When you take a look in terms of other issues surrounding the Alberta economy, I would suggest to you that the Government of Canada has been there. You can take a look at the employment insurance issue. You can take a look at the working together of the different departments to try to alleviate many of the pressures that are being applied in the province of Alberta. We can take a look at what other individual ministers are doing to empower Albertans, such as through infrastructure expenditures. The minister who represents, the Minister of Infrastructure, who's from Alberta, clearly demonstrated a number of projects worth billions of dollars that have been invested. The point is, Madam Speaker, that this government cares about what's taking place in Alberta, as it also cares about all regions of this country, unlike the Conservative Party, who tended to want to have wedge issues, divide and conquer, Madam Speaker. This is a government that truly cares about what's happening in every region of the country, and Canadians know that we are prepared to listen, and not only listen, but to act on the best interests of all Canadians, Madam Speaker.
I just want to remind the member that he will have 6 minutes and a half at the next time that this issue is brought before the House. It being 5:30 p.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Business. Consideration at second reading of Bill C-301, an act to amend the Income Tax Act and to make a related amendment to another act, Registered Retirement Income Fund, standing in the name of Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West, seconded by Mr. Genius, moves that Bill C-301, excuse me, order, that Bill C-301, an act to amend the Income Tax Act and to make a related amendment to another act, Registered Retirement Income Fund, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Finance. Debate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's my
The
honor
honourable
to rise
member for
today
Edmonton West.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's my honor to rise today and speak to my private member's bill and also to interrupt my colleague's rant from across the floor there. My private member's bill, C-301, the RRIF Financial Security Act, to remove the mandatory minimum withdrawal for seniors holding a registered retirement income fund account. As you and members of this House should know, retirement is daunting. Planning for life after work is not easy, it's not cheap, and it's not always predictable. The Canadian government has taken great strides throughout the past decade to alleviate the stress of retirement, including increasing the guaranteed income supplement, creating tax-free savings accounts, and introducing income splitting for seniors. Previous government also took an important step forward to helping Canadians by lowering the mandatory withdrawal rate for seniors who hold an RRIF. These measures have led to the lowest poverty rate ever amongst seniors in Canada. This is a record to be proud of. There's still some seniors unable to fully and happily live out their retirement, knowing that their savings are sufficient and secure. Mr. Speaker, this is where we must focus our attention, and they need our attention, not just in the long term, not just in the next 40 years, but now. Removing the mandatory minimum withdrawal on registered retirement income funds will help all of our seniors today. This legislation fixes an outdated structure that needlessly penalizes Canadians who have spent their lifetime saving for retirement. The probability today of a 71-year-old female living to 94 has almost doubled since 1992. For men, the probability has almost tripled. In the same time, the average return on long-term government Canada bonds has decreased by almost two-thirds. In 1992, a 71-year-old woman making minimum withdrawals could expect to use about 2/5 of her savings before reaching her life expectancy. Today, she needs to plan to use about twice as much. She faces a 1 in 4 chance of outliving her savings entirely. As our life expectancy continues to increase and the average returns continue to decrease, the problem is clear. Too many seniors are outliving their savings because of these archaic rules. Mr. Speaker, the Budget 2015 reduction in the RRIF withdrawal rate was a step in the right direction. However, this response does not go far enough. The issue that the reduction started to address is the idea that circumstances change. This is true of most private living. But because government has removed cumbersome institution, it cannot possibly react as quickly as individuals can to changing life circumstances. So when something unexpected happens, like happily, you live longer than you expected, or if your loved one needs late-in-life care, or if you simply want to enjoy your retirement, knowing that your income is safe and accounted for, there's no good reason to force you to prematurely withdraw your savings and be taxed. As mentioned, Budget 2015 was a good first step. A lower mandatory withdrawal rate is better, but gone entirely is ideal. Ideal is rarely achieved, however, and we compromise on the ideal solution when it is infeasible, impractical, or undesired. In the case of mandatory withdrawals, however, there's no grounds for compromise. Fact of the matter is that a change like this is neither infeasible or impractical, nor are the changes undesirable. In fact, Mr. Speaker, when I was president of the Greater Victoria Elder Care Foundation, a foundation looking after 6 hospitals for seniors and elderly and severely disabled, my colleagues and I understood that RRIF mandatory withdrawals were an unnecessary and punitive regime. While meeting constituents in my riding of Edmonton West, the seniors I spoke to were overwhelmingly in favor of such a change. Since introducing this bill to the House back in September, my office has received an enormous amount of support from seniors across the country in support of this bill, the bill that returns control over their retirement. Seniors like Bert and Mary Meeker, Mr. Speaker, who are continuously forced to take more money than they need from their RRIFs and consequently must pay more in tax. I know this government loves raising taxes, but surely even they would agree that forcing seniors to pay higher taxes is unreasonable. And speaking of the broad spectrum of support for the measures enacted by this bill, both the C.D. Howe Institute and the Canadian Association for Retired Persons, or CARP, have indicated their support for removing mandatory minimum withdrawal rates entirely, after long calling for these changes. When the C.D. Howe released its 2014 report calling for the removal of the mandatory withdrawals, the Toronto Star newspaper collected reader responses. I'd like to share what the Star's readers thought of the proposal. One reader said, "Why does the government need to run down tax-deferred assets so quickly? After saving for 40 years, you'd like to hold on to your money till you kick the bucket." Another reader said, "Let me keep my money and use it until I die. Then the government can collect the taxes on what remains." A third concerned reader wrote, "I maximized my RRSP contributions for many years until I retired at 66. I've always been a conservative investor. At age 71, when I converted my RRSPs to RIFs, I was dismayed to see the compulsory withdrawals starting at 7.38% and increasing annually on a steadily diminishing amount because of low interest rates." Yet another said it would be better to do away with the minimum withdrawals and allow individuals to manage their RRIF portfolio according to their needs and market conditions. Most people would still withdraw something. When we have a coalition of CARP, C.D. Howe Institute, and the readers of the Toronto Star on the same side of an issue, it's probably a good policy and worth doing. So why might seniors, advocacy groups, think tanks, and Canadians across the country support this legislation? Because it addresses three specific harms brought upon by the existing out-of-date rules: supplement clawbacks, low-income seniors paying proportionally higher taxes, and harm to working seniors. First, mandatory withdrawals trigger clawbacks on federal and provincial income supplements, such as OAS, GIS, and provincial rent subsidies. Given that forced withdrawals count as income, they indiscriminately factor into income supplement eligibility. Mr. Speaker, this clawback happens whether you withdraw from a fund worth $50,000 or $1 million, despite the fact that $50,000 account holders are substantially more likely to rely on income supplements in retirement than the $1 million account holder. More importantly, however, the clawback happens without regard for the notion that the $50,000 might be budgeted for other major expenses. Seniors like Pat Forrest, who wrote in my office regarding this bill, experienced the harmful effects of forced withdrawals on a yearly basis. Since Pat turned 72 and had to convert her RRSP into a RIF and began withdrawing from her fund, she's lost her OAS. It's a nice fantasy that seniors can live out their days comfortably. Reality demonstrates that dying is one of the most expensive acts we will undergo in our lives, and end-of-life expenses are a real, significant budgetary item that we must all account for when planning our retirement. For some seniors, that planning includes holding RIF savings until these expenses come due and utilizing income supplements in the meantime as income for day-to-day living. The mandatory withdrawal removes this ability to save and plan for large expenses later in life without providing a meaningful supplement. Secondly, through this clawback setup, low-income seniors pay an effectively higher tax rate. Just to be clear, mandatory withdrawals do not necessarily result in a higher actual tax percentage, but rather a higher hit to one's net cash at the end of the year. For example, if you withdraw $10,000 from your RIF at some point in the year, it counts as income. Therefore, you lose part of your OAS and other federal and provincial benefits, which is effectively about a 50% tax hit. For wealthier account holders, if they were to withdraw $100,000, they would still lose about the same amount in government benefits, which results in about a 5% hit. The benefit structure is regressive and unfairly targets low-income seniors with no reasonable mechanism to account for lost benefits. Lastly, the existing structure double penalizes seniors who wish to or need to continue working. According to multiple studies and reports, including a 2011 report on retirement from Stats Canada, more and more Canadians are working beyond the traditional retirement age, either by choice or by necessity. Forcing them to withdraw taxable income from their RRIFs will push them into a higher tax bracket on income they're earning from work. This on top of the taxes already incurring and increased benefit clawbacks. These three harms have a significant impact on how seniors and working Canadians plan on saving for their retirement. These punitive outcomes are needless but not permanent. Eliminating the mandatory withdrawal requirement will go a long way to ensuring that Canadians can live out their retirement more comfortably. Now, I know what my colleagues opposite are going to say. They're going to try and argue that this benefits the wealthy. They're going to say that forced withdrawals do not mean forced spending, and that seniors can simply reinvest their money. So let me preempt these baseless criticisms. First, these changes do not uniquely alter the thinking process for wealthy Canadians to shield their income. If wealthy seniors want to shield income and plan for retirement, they can do so already under existing rules. This legislation does not make it uniquely easier for wealthy Canadians to circumvent the rules and hide from paying taxes. In fact, the potential benefits of enabling seniors to continue with their savings invested rather than forcing them to prematurely sell their investments could actually increase the government's tax revenues once the account holder passes away. We mustn't forget that RRSPs and RRIFs are not permanent accounts. Taxes will get paid eventually. The taxman always gets his pound of flesh. This legislation ensures that we're not unfairly punishing seniors so that the government can get paid a little today. Second point, to borrow a phrase from CARP, reinvesting isn't just that easy. While forced withdrawals are not the same thing as forced spending, the idea that seniors should simply reinvest their money is disingenuous at best. According to CARP, this approach ignores the effect of taxation on each withdrawal and the loss of investment scale that occurs when funds are diverted from a larger pool of investments into smaller amounts. Moreover, forcing individuals to withdraw funds ignores the effect of market timing. It's financially imprudent to require a senior to withdraw a certain amount from their savings if the market is not performing well, forcing the account holder to sell investments at a lower return than they might otherwise have earned. Now, let's make sure we have something clear here. Seniors today are from a different generation. When we're saving for your retirement, saving for a home, saving for anything was a way of life. Having a healthy RRSP or RRIF doesn't mean that you're rich. It means you scrimped, saved, and worked incredibly hard to ensure you had enough to prepare for the days when you couldn't work any longer. Hear, hear. Arguing that a policy like this is a tax break for the rich not only minimizes the hardships faced by real seniors across all income levels, but in fact assumes that any senior that has taken the overtime, the double shifts, the holiday shifts, and foregone many opportunities in order to save for their retirement must be wealthy and doesn't deserve to control their income. We know that this is not the case. We know that seniors are struggling, and we know that Canadians deserve better. Mr. Speaker, none of these trends in my remarks are expected to reverse. Canadians are not expected to lose years off their life expectancy over the coming decades, nor are investments predicted to earn any more than they do presently. Canadians are projected to work longer, Canadians are healthier than ever before, and financial retirement planning becomes more pertinent given a longer lifespan. Now, government is slow to react. This isn't a criticism, it's simply a factual statement. Things take longer to get done when it's the government that's doing it. In the meantime, seniors suffer, Canadians face uncertainty, and no one can adequately plan for their retirement while they wait for the government to react. We're all going to be seniors at some point, and some of us are closer to that reality than others. This isn't an arm's length issue. Any one of us could get that call from Mom for help any day, asking for help because her monthly GIS and OAS was taken away due to end-of-year income she didn't need, even though she reinvested the money. It could be me, it could be you, it could be any of the members in this place in 10, 15, or 20 years. There's only one solution, Mr. Speaker. Eliminate the mandatory withdrawal. Stop punishing seniors for saving, and enable Canadians to manage their retirement as they see fit. Enact this broadly supported and sound legislation. For seniors now and tomorrow, it's time to take the next step and finish the job. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the colleague for raising a very, very important issue. I think we can all agree as Member of Parliament, we all have seniors in our ridings. I would say in my riding, there's quite a few because we had an aging population in my riding. And I would say that's why, Mr. Speaker, one of the first things that this government did was to introduce quickly, and I'd like to correct the member when he said this government did not act quickly. Let me remind him 3 things we did for seniors, which are going to benefit not only seniors of today, but future generation of seniors, because we know that seniors care not only for their children, but their grandchildren. And he's well aware that what we've done very recently was to strike an agreement, an historic one with provinces, to enhance CPP, which is going to benefit generations to come, and that's the right thing to do. It's the smart thing to do. Then we went on with the GIS top-up, and I know the member would know that, because that was very significant. We're talking about 900,000 seniors which are going to be helped, and mainly women who lived in poverty, and I'm sure the member would agree with me. This is the right thing to do as well for a country. Then we went on for the OAS eligibility. We moved from 67 to 65, Mr. Speaker, because those were the right policies to help our seniors. What we're talking about today, and I'll finish, Mr. Speaker, because I see you rising, it's about tax fairness. And that's why I'd like to remind the member, why does he not agree that what we're asking people, when we ask them to take out some money, it's because the policy objective behind it is for these funds to be used at retirement, and that's what the policies intend to do, and that's what Canadians understand the RIF to be as well.
The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On a couple points, I'm glad the government has increased the GIS. I fully support that. The CPP changes do not help any seniors today. They don't help any seniors in 10 years. It's to help seniors 25, 30, 40 years down the road and does nothing for seniors today. The OAS is still at 65. It was set for 65 next year. It was set for 65 5 years from now. They didn't change it to help any seniors today. Changing the rules for the RRIF will help seniors today. There's no reason in the world that we should force them to take out their savings and be subject to the tax man just to help this government with their spending issues. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to give my thanks to the member for Edmonton West for bringing forward this bill. As he well knows, Canada's retirement system is founded on 3 pillars, and this bill, I think, will do some great assistance to the pillar of personal savings. I just wanted to look at the situation of women, because we now know today that, you know, with a 71-year-old woman, the probability of her reaching her 90s is much higher than it was even 20 years ago. And sort of shift the conversation to Bill C-26. Now, I realize the Conservatives stand against that bill, but it more than likely has the votes to pass this House. Would he not agree that since that bill is going to pass, would he not agree that the government should at least amend its own bill to fix the provisions that are going to unfairly penalize women in that all-important pillar of government pensions for retirement security? Thank you.
The honourable member for Edmonton
Mr.
West.
Speaker, I appreciate the comments, and he's brought up a great point. The problems that we have with the CPP, women, seniors, widows living in poverty are the ones who are not collecting CPP right now. Throwing money, adding more money to the CPP does not help those who are living in poverty who need the help. Anything that this bill or anything the government will do that will help those living in poverty, I'm sure that we will support.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Langley Aldergrove.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member for Edmonton West for this bill. It's very insightful and it's thoughtful. My question is, will this help seniors? Will this provide dignity for seniors? Will this give them choice so that they can take care of their finances and take care of their unique challenges as they age? Will this help seniors?
The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. I know he's a big advocate for seniors. Yes, this will help seniors immensely, and a broad range of seniors. In Edmonton, over 5,500 seniors are living in provincially assisted care where their rent is based on their income. The fact that we're forcing them to take money out of RRIFs pushes up their income and pushes up their rent. We're taking food out of the mouths of seniors through this archaic rule. It will help out people with children with disabilities. We have a phenomenal organization in the West End of Edmonton called ELVES that helps out the most severely disabled children. And one of the biggest issues I hear, 2 seconds, Mr. Speaker, one of the biggest issues I hear from parents is a worry that they are going to outlive their children. We are punishing those people by making them take out their savings and taxing it and taking away care from their children from the future. Thank you.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
my speech. I'd like again to thank the member for raising a very important issue, and I'd like to remind the members on both sides of the House, I should say, that we take issues regarding seniors very seriously. That's why we acted in the first budget of this government. And obviously what I'm going to do now, Mr. Speaker, is to walk the member in the policy issues behind it and the unintended consequences that following his logic would have on seniors. So let me explain. Monsieur le Président, je prends la parole.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in this House to explain in a detailed fashion how the Canadian government is seeking to reinvigorate the country's economy, to stimulate sustainable economic growth and reinforce the middle class. In the last fall economic statement, the government presented to Canadians additional measures to ensure that the middle class progresses and to take advantage of Budget 2016. Bill C-301, which is a private member's bill, that is being tabled today by the opposition member, does not foster income security in the long term here in Canada. Mr. Speaker, this bill to amend the Income Tax Act and to eliminate minimum withdrawals from RIFs would also make a related amendment to the Tax Convention Interpretation Act. This would have the following consequences, Mr. Speaker. It would undermine the current retirement income objective. The carry forward of RRSPs has the purpose of helping Canadians to earn replacement income when they retire, by calling for the stopping of premium contributions to the system and making these withdrawals mandatory at a certain age. The tax rules guarantee that these savings would be used to provide retirement income. Mr. Speaker, new lower levels of minimum withdrawals were established in 2015 for individuals aged between 71 and 94 in order to better take into account the realistic rates of return that have been observed and of inflation. These new retirement levels, which are much lower than, or rather the withdrawal levels, which are lower, allow seniors to conserve assets in their RIFs, which will continue to accumulate in terms of a carry forward of taxes so that they can better meet their retirement needs. The elimination of the requirements for minimum withdrawals from RIFs would allow people who do not need this, for example, seniors with high incomes, they would be able to carry forward or postpone this tax to an advanced age or until such time as they pass away for their successors, and that means they would not be obliged to receive a portion of their savings from the RIF with a tax carry forward for almost the entire time of their retirement. Mr. Speaker, this situation would not comply with the fundamental objective of retirement income, which has to do with the carry forward of taxes with regard to money in RIF. If people did not withdraw money from RIFs, then some people would have a great amount of money when they pass away, and this would have to be included in their income for the year of death. Mr. Speaker, this situation could prompt survivors to exert pressure in order to exonerate from taxes a part of this money, which would fly in the face of the basic principles of our tax policy. This bill would also create an intergenerational discrepancy because younger seniors would not be obliged to withdraw part of their savings from the RIF each year, whereas older seniors have been obliged to do so as of the age of 71. Mr. Speaker, the Canadian government has made an important step towards ensuring the income security of seniors. We did so in our first budget 2016. Middle-class Canadians are working harder than ever, but some of them are worried that they are not saving enough for their retirement. In fact, 1 out of 4 families which is nearing retirement age, that is 1.1 million families in Canada, are at risk of not saving enough. That is why the Government of Canada has pledged to assist Canadians in helping their objective of enjoying their retirement, and our government will collaborate with the provinces and territories to reinforce the retirement system. And allow me to list some of the benefits from our retirement system. Once the CPP enhancement has been fully put in place, this will increase pensions by some 50%. The CPP offers benefits that are certain and foreseeable, so Canadians can better plan for their retirement, and they do not have to be worried about cyclical perturbations in the stock market. The CPP benefits are fully indexed to inflation, which reduces the risk of higher prices and protects purchasing power. The CPP goes well with the evolving labour market in Canada as well. It helps breach the gap of private sector pensions, and it is transferable from job to job and from province to province, which fosters labour mobility in Canada. And I know that all my colleagues in this House will be in favour of a measure like this, which fosters labour mobility. The CPP also has millions of premium payers, which allows the CPP Investment Board to benefit from economies of scale to ensure very solid rates of return for all Canadians. Thanks to the automatic income subtraction from salaries, this allows young people to help save, especially when dealing with a difficult labour market. This new measure is an important step in helping Canadians achieve a dignified retirement, and I know, Mr. Speaker, that this objective is something that all parliamentarians want for their constituents. The enhancement of the CPP will improve income security for all Canadians efficiently and effectively. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, CPP enhancement by the government is a measure that is fiscally responsible, unlike this private member's bill, which is being tabled today. The 28th actuarial report of the CPP confirms that the levels of premiums and benefits proposed in terms of the enhancement of the CPP will be viable in the long term. Workers here in Canada can thus count on a pension system that is solid and certain for many years. Thanks to the Fall Economic Statement, the Government of Canada is maintaining its promises under Budget 2016. It will keep these promises, and it will lay the groundwork for a better Canada today and for generations to come. Mr. Speaker, in closing, I know that my colleague, and once again I'd like to thank him on behalf of all parliamentarians for having brought this topic forward to the House this evening, but I think that he will understand the public policy objectives that we are putting forward, which is ensuring tax fairness for all generations, for all Canadians, so that all Canadians can enjoy a dignified retirement. And I can say with great certainty, Mr. Speaker, that after having traveling across the country to consult thousands of Canadians, something we did in Budget 2016, the proposal that we put forward with regard to enhancing CPP is exactly what Canadians expect from a responsible government, from a government that cares about their best interests. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to start my speech off by just congratulating the member for Edmonton West for bringing this bill forward. And I am sad to hear from the Parliamentary Secretary that the government will be opposing this bill, because when we look at the three pillars that Canada's retirement system is based on, we know that workplace pensions are really the pillar that's most suffering. So government has to look at the other two pillars because those are the ones where government can have a real influence. And to the government's credit, it is bringing in Bill C-26, and they have made some amendments to the Guaranteed Income Supplement. But this bill, importantly, deals with that third pillar of personal savings. And I think that if you allow seniors, especially in this unstable retirement environment that we have, allow them a bit more freedom to choose how and when they withdraw their retirement savings, that's all the more better for them. Now, this bill is obviously not a panacea for the difficult issues facing our seniors today, but private members' bills have to be very careful, and if they are to succeed, just focus on one little item where they can make a real difference. It's really up to the government to do the rest, and we will certainly be keeping our eye on the Liberal government to make sure they do that. Now, there are some who may be watching this debate who are unclear on the difference between RRSPs and RRIFs, which I'll just call RIFs from now on. We know that RRSPs give the ability to save, give everyone the ability to save for the retirement as long as they have any contribution room available based on their earnings. And a RIF is used as the fund where one can withdraw during their retirement, but there are mandatory minimum withdrawals that a person must make every year. Mr. Speaker, the rules for these mandatory minimums were created back in 1978. And while I acknowledge there certainly have been some modifications over the years, what we really basically have are old rules that are not very well adapted to today's society and to today's reality that many retirees are living in. Seniors are now living much longer than they were in the 1970s. And now RIF holders face the very real likelihood that they are going to run out of money in the later stages of their retirement. And when that pillar of personal savings is taken out, a person's quality of life can take a significant downhill turn, and we certainly want to make sure through this bill that we address that very issue. I believe, Mr. Speaker, and I would venture that all members of Parliament in this chamber believe that seniors, Canada's seniors, deserve to retire in dignity, and that the government should be doing everything it can within its power to make that a possibility. And I would strongly encourage support of this bill at second reading so we can at least bring it to committee for further study, hear from expert witnesses. We should at least do the bill that justice. Now, this has been a battle that the New Democrats have been waging for some time now. I'd like to point out to honourable members that it was in the previous Parliament that our pensions critic brought a motion before this very House to review the Retirement Income Fund mandatory minimum withdrawal thresholds. And Mr. Speaker, that was John Rafferty, the former Member of Parliament for Thunder Bay Rainy River. His motion 595 stated that in the opinion of the House, the government should review the Registered Retirement Income Fund mandatory minimum withdrawal thresholds and amend them to ensure that they do not unduly force seniors to exhaust their savings too quickly. So the NDP has a history of supporting the intent of this bill, and I will be very happy to be offering my support of this bill at second reading. I believe this is an issue that deserves further study. Our party ran on support for any action that would address mandatory minimum withdrawals from RIFs. So the ultimate aim here, Mr. Speaker, is to ensure that seniors are not outliving their savings. We have supported these because of the very fact that if you follow the current withdrawal schedule, Mr. Speaker, we will have many retirees with their savings, the average savings are not very high, running out of money when they are in their 90s. And that's not a situation I think that anyone in this House should be supporting. So if you look at the future, it basically means that a person who has saved diligently all their lives could have their quality of life significantly reduced later in retirement. When you take away that income that you were relying on from your personal savings and suddenly it dries up because you had to follow that mandatory withdrawal schedule, and suddenly you become reliant on just the government pension system. Of course, with the Guaranteed Income Supplement, it will respond accordingly in some way, but removing one of those pillars, such as personal savings, could have a very drastic influence on someone. And I would argue that for a senior who has made it to the age of 90,
and beyond, this is the last thing we need to do to them at that particular age. They have enough concerns when they're in their 90s to suddenly have to worry about their income. And, you know, Mr. Speaker, when we look at Canada's demographics, we have a real tsunami heading our way in terms of our demographics, because in the next 20 years, the population of Canada's seniors is set to double. That's right. Set to double, Mr. Speaker. So the time is of essence right now. This is the time when we seriously need to be bringing forward proposals. And certainly to the government's credit, they have done some. But I would argue that this particular measure by the member for Edmonton West is something that we can also be doing for that critical third pillar of personal savings. We know that you know, the chances of a woman who's 71 now living into her mid-90s, the probability of that has basically doubled since the year 1992, and the same rate for men has actually tripled. We basically have 265,000 Canadians right now who are in their 90s. And by 2021, just a few short years away, Mr. Speaker, we are going to add another 100,000 Canadians to that number. I think that mandatory minimum RIF withdrawals are becoming increasingly irrelevant as women and men are living much longer and working more years. Now, while this bill does not address everything, I will say that, you know, the NDP, certainly on this side, we will be working hard. We will continue to work hard to improve the lives of our seniors. We will support this bill, but we think that much more needs to be done so that workers can retire with adequate incomes. More importantly, we need to make sure that seniors have access to the services they need to maintain their quality of life. As I go on, Mr. Speaker, I want to talk a little bit about some of the other areas where I think seniors need considerable help, and I certainly want to give a nod to my colleague from London, Fanshawe, for the incredible work that she has done on behalf of seniors with a national senior strategy. And, you know, it's a real honor to sort of inherit the mantle of the NDP's seniors critic, because you know, it's like Isaac Newton once famously said, if I can see further, it's because I'm standing on the shoulders of giants, and certainly she has done such incredible work which has allowed me to build on that base. We know that more than 250,000 seniors are living below the poverty line, and that without concrete action, many more are going to fall into poverty in the future. We need that national seniors strategy that my colleague from London, Fanshawe, has brought in. It will ensure that seniors have access to high quality and affordable health care and housing, and additionally improve the financial security, quality of life, and the integration of seniors within our society, because it really is such a multifaceted issue looking at what the issues that seniors face. Our healthcare system, we certainly want to see some measures on home care. We don't want to see the same funding proposal kept that the previous Conservative government brought in, and we certainly would urge the government to look at that escalator to make sure it doesn't drop down to 3%, but keep it at the current 6%, because healthcare budgets are drastically affecting our province's ability to deliver services. And now is the time for the federal government to take real leadership on this issue, to reinstate that funding that was cut under the previous government. We need a system of a national pharmacare plan, because that is one of the greatest costs that our seniors face. We don't want our seniors to choose between food and proper prescription medication. We also need to have real food security, because one of the fundamentals of healthy living is making sure that you have proper and nutritious meals available for our seniors, and of course that affordable housing. The pension system as a whole, while I appreciate the 10% increase to the guaranteed income supplement, that really took a fairly small number of seniors out of the poverty roll, so much more is needed to be done. This is also a good time, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, to remind the government that their members need to keep the promise that was made in the March 2016 budget and introduce that seniors price index. That seniors price index needs to be introduced so that we make sure that our old age security and guaranteed income supplement are keeping up with the rising costs, and I certainly hope to see some news from them soon. So in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I will say that I will be voting for this bill to go to committee for further study, but we must never rest until every senior is out of poverty and can retire with dignity. Thank you.
Well done. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Langley Aldergrove.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a real honor to speak on this bill. It's a 301 is a very important bill. As we've heard already, it's very important for Canadian seniors. What it does, 301, the Financial Security Act, proposes to amend the Income Tax Act to remove the requirement to withdraw minimum amounts from the RIFs. And it would allow Canadian retirees, Canadian seniors, to adjust their withdrawals according to their individual financial situation, lowering the tax burden on them and providing more sustainable retirement income. That's the summary. And I think it's the right direction. I'd like to give a little history, and I did some studying on it, and it was actually back in 1978, under the then Prime Minister Pierre Elliott Trudeau, that the RIF rules came in. And it's kind of ironic, here we are many years later, under a relative, the son of that former Prime Minister, that is the Prime Minister of the present government, and being asked to fix the problem, to provide dignity for seniors and actually respect for seniors. And the RIF rules came into place in 1978. Under those regulations, Canadians must withdraw from RIFs at age 71, and their savings are subject to mandatory minimum withdrawals. These mandatory minimums are designed to virtually empty the RIFs by the age of 92. Given today's likely increase in life expectancy, many of the RIF holders, they face running out of money. And Mr. Speaker, that is not providing the dignity that our Canadian seniors deserve. Mr. Speaker, I listened intently to the member from Cowichan-Malhat, Langford. And he is the NDP critic for seniors, and I want to thank him for the work that he does. And his recommendation was send this to committee. And I think that's the right approach. Procedurally, this can be killed and ended right in a very short period of time before this House rises, and it's over, the bill dies, because the Liberal majority in this House can kill the bill. And the message that sends is they don't want to hear from seniors. They don't want to give stakeholders, seniors stakeholders like CARP, they don't want to hear from them. And this is CARP, probably the largest senior stakeholder in Canada, has been calling on the federal government to completely eliminate mandated minimum RIF withdrawals. And the previous government took a major step in that direction. The fact is, the previous government reduced the amount that had to be withdrawn from let me just look up the figures here. They reduced it from 7.38% to 5.28%, a dramatic reduction. It was a step in the right direction, and that was just over a year ago. And, Mr. Speaker, it showed that the previous government was listening to seniors, listening to the senior stakeholders. Now, I've been given the honor to be the critic, the official opposition critic for seniors, and I've met with many of these stakeholders. Over the last year, it's been wonderful to hear from them. And what I've heard is, number one, they want to be listened to. They want a minister for seniors. The government, previous governments had a minister for seniors. This government has a minister for status of women, a minister for youth, the Prime Minister himself. There is a minister for everything except for seniors. Why is that? They're special advisors to the Prime Minister for special interest groups, but a minister for seniors is absolutely ignored. That's the number one thing I've heard across this country, Mr. Speaker. please appoint a minister for seniors, and second, create a national seniors strategy so that there is a plan. Right now, Mr. Speaker, in Canada, 1 in 6 Canadians is a senior. There are more seniors, Canadian seniors, than youth. And they want a voice. They want the government to listen to them. They want to hear from the government that they're being listened to. And in 13 years, in 6 years, it'll be 1 in 5. In 13 years, it'll be 1 in 4 Canadians will be as seniors. And they have very unique challenges. They want a plan. They want the government to come up with a minister and a plan to prepare for this aging population. And part of that plan is to make sure that we don't have a cookie-cutter approach, that the previous, in 1978, when life expectancy was much shorter, the previous Liberal government put in these mandatory withdrawal requirements, and they want that reviewed. So I really thank the member from Edmonton West who came up with this idea. Let's consider this. Let's debate it. Let's hear from the seniors. And let's have the government allow the seniors, Canadian seniors, to be listened to have a voice. And that was the suggestion of the member from Cowichan, Malahat Langford. He said, allow this to go to committee. Well, how would that happen? The government then, when this is voted on, after the second hour of debate, the government could support this to go to committee so that seniors could be listened to. They would have their voice. It would go to committee, and the committee would call the witnesses. Now, I certainly hope, I'm disappointed that the government has not yet appointed a minister for seniors. They do not have a plan, and they need a plan, but they're not listening to seniors. But they do not have to continue down this path, Mr. Speaker. They can start listening to seniors. They can realize that they need, dignity needs to be shown to them, and respect needs to be shown to them. And it begins with some evidence that they're being listened to. We've heard some announcements from the government that they are not going to do this. They're going to kill it at the first opportunity, which is sad, Mr. Speaker. Groups like Canadian Association of Retired Persons, CARP, has asked for this. The C.D. Howe Institute has asked for this. And C.D. Howe said, governments impatient for revenue should not force Canadians to run their tax-deferred assets down prematurely. Reforming the withdrawal rules for RRIFs and similar accounts would help retirees enjoy the post-retirement security that they're striving to achieve. If we will allow seniors to take the money out as it's needed to repair a roof, to put and allow them to age in place, it will save millions of dollars in health dollars by allowing them to age in place and not prematurely having to move out of their homes. That shows dignity. And they may need to have railings put in their house. They may need to have a ramp built. But they withdraw then the funds that they've saved by being good financial managers during their life. And we reward them, we trust them, we show them respect, and the money is withdrawn as they need it. But, Mr. Speaker, using an archaic regulations established in 1978 by the then Liberal government saying, you must follow our cookie-cutter approach because we know best. Mr. Speaker, we don't know best. The government doesn't know best. We need to listen to seniors. The only way that can happen, Mr. Speaker, is if the government shows respect to seniors by allowing this to go to committee. And without that, Mr. Speaker, it will be a sad day for seniors. They won't have a minister for seniors. They won't have a plan. And sometime in the sweet by and by, we don't know what will happen with seniors, Mr. Speaker. They're not being listened to. And I hope the government has a rethink on this. I hope the government will show that they're willing to listen and that they will respect seniors by allowing this to go to committee, and that will only happen if the first opportunity to vote that they support this to go to committee. Doesn't mean that they're bound to support it through the whole process, but at least they will indicate that they respect seniors and are willing to listen to seniors. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, let me pick up the challenge that's put forward by the member in the sense of saying how important our seniors are to society as a whole. I like to believe that every member of Parliament, at least in good part, while they do their canvassing or they go to the different events that we go to, there's a wide spectrum of things that we all do as elected officials just to reach out and try to get a better understanding in terms of what the issues are of our country. And one of the things that I have always found, and it doesn't matter where you go, is the issue of seniors. Seniors is something in which we do need to give special attention to. And at the end of the day, to assure the member that not only do I think about seniors during election time, I also think of seniors between elections and have a constant dialogue to try to get a better understanding of the different things that government can do in order to provide not only a better future for seniors of today, but also for seniors of tomorrow. I understand what it is that's being proposed by the member opposite through his particular private member's bill, and I always appreciate the initiative private members take to try to allow for a debate on what they perceive as an important issue in their constituency and, in fact, to all Canadians. So I do applaud the member in terms of bringing forward this bill. I don't necessarily agree with it. I find that there is a better way of us dealing with the seniors and the way in which money is withdrawn out of RIFs. I, for one, have found that the current system has been effective. It seems to have stood the test of time. I know members opposite would argue, well, times are changing. People die at an older age, or they pass along at an older age on average, and that is true. I acknowledge that, but I don't think the arguments that I've heard this afternoon has really changed my opinion on it, and I appreciate the member making reference to Pierre Elliott Trudeau and the role that he has played in the issue of pensions. That is something in which just clearly demonstrates in terms of just how this particular policy has proven to be the most effective when you put it in a holistic attitude of how we best deal with pensions. The private sector does play an important role in terms of pensions. But I can tell the member that when I'm conversing with seniors that I represent, the pension issue that consistently comes up is primarily dealing with the CPP and the GIS and the OAS, and it's very rare do I get too much in terms of a comment in regards to the RIFs. Now, it does happen. But, if my memory serves me correctly, I don't believe that I've ever had someone come up to me and indicate to me, and I've been at this for a number of years, in excess of well over 20 years as a parliamentarian, 19 in the Manitoba legislature, close to 19, and now 6 years, actually approaching 6 years later this month here in this beautiful chamber, and what a privilege it is to be here. But I can honestly say that I cannot recall someone pointing out that there is a problem from within my constituency, or where I've had a phone call from within my constituency, and saying that this is something that really needs to be done and acted upon. So, to the member, when he says that we should be sensitive and listen to what seniors are telling us, I like to think that when I think of seniors as a whole, that I recognize the importance of the many different ways in which a senior can actually retire and have an income and often supplement an income. And that's one of the reasons why I spent a great deal of my time, even earlier today when I was talking, I spent a great deal of my time debating with respect to the budget some important initiatives that the government has already taken. And the reason why I think it's important that we recognize that, Mr. Speaker, is because the member really wanted to appeal to the Prime Minister and to government members to think about what seniors have to say. And I believe that you will find that we have been very aggressive in dealing with important issues related to our seniors. Just to highlight a few of those initiatives, Mr. Speaker, my colleague made reference to the Guaranteed Income Supplement. And maybe even before I go to that, just to provide some background, if I can do that, the lifestyle of seniors varies immensely. In virtually every riding, every member of Parliament, no doubt, would be able to provide some comment to the degree in which lifestyle amongst seniors varies. There are those that have, for a wide variety of reasons, a fairly high standard of living, and it depends on how you define the word standard, but from a financial point of view, compared to those that are more challenged. We could talk about the snowbirds, and there's thousands. I'm from Winnipeg. We have a large number of snowbirds that will take the time to go south, and it's great that they were able to have that planning and they have the financial means to do that. And I wouldn't want to take any of that away from them, Mr. Speaker. But then we have those that are maybe a little bit more challenged. And then we would have those that are fairly extreme. And I made reference to this in a speech earlier, where we have seniors, and I have many seniors in Winnipeg North, where they have to make a decision in regards to, do I buy the medications that I require, that my doctor is telling me to, or do I buy the food that I also require? I have, interesting, the fees for ambulance services are astronomical. And these are the type of issues, real issues, that seniors are actually talking about. So when the member says, well, what about the seniors? And are you really listening to seniors? I want to assure the member that not only am I, but the government is, in fact, listening to what seniors are actually saying in a very real way. And as much as possible, we are doing what we can to address those needs. So when I talk about issues of medication, or I talk about even issues of ambulance care, one of the things in which I believe that we do not necessarily talk enough about is the importance of a health care accord, because that is something that's going to deliver many of those senior services, Mr. Speaker. Why is that important? Because at the end of the day, pensions, if you have a relatively modest pension, but you find yourself ill, that money to cover medications will quickly consume a great percentage of pensions. So the issue of how much should a senior receive is something in which I am constantly talking about. And that's why I lobbied wherever I could in regards to the importance of increasing the Guaranteed Income Supplement, because those are the poorest of all seniors, Mr. Speaker. That's why I argued when I was in opposition that we needed to decrease the age of retirement back to the age of 65, as opposed to what Mr. Harper and the Conservatives did by attempting to increase OAS to 67, Mr. Speaker. This is why I think that we have to invest in CPP, because it is about the future of our seniors. When we take a look at what Bill C-301 is doing, it really isn't consistent with the basic retirement income objectives of tax deferral provided on RSP or RIF savings. It would create significant inequities in tax deferral opportunities. My colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary for Finance, really picked up on that point. But suffice to say, Mr. Speaker, for those individuals that are listening, that we have with us today a government that is genuinely concerned about a wide spectrum of issues, including the issues of pensionable incomes, a government that is open to it and is prepared to do whatever it can in many different ways. This is a bill that I can't.
The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. À ce moment, conformément.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been moved and adopted. Accordingly, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to speak once again this evening to the issue of official languages. As you know, Mr. Speaker, I never get tired of talking about official languages, so it's a pleasure to raise this issue again at adjournment. I asked the Heritage Minister a question on November 27th of last year. On that day, she appeared before the Official Languages Committee, and I asked her a straightforward question, but a very important one to official language minority communities. The question was about the by and for principle. What that means is that services should be provided by and for official language minority communities. So it's a very important question. A number of groups have been asking it. The two main groups are the Canadian Federation of Francophones and Acadians and the QCGN, the Quebec Community Groups Network. So those two groups are the largest national groups representing official language minority communities. This QCGN in Quebec and the FCFA outside Quebec. And they both believe that this is an important principle, the by and for principle. Unfortunately, what we're currently seeing in connection with federal funding, I'm not talking about provincial funding or provinces make their own decisions, and that has to be respected. But I'm talking about federal departments' decisions, like Immigration Canada, for example, and other departments. They made submissions and didn't stress the importance of this by and for principle. Under the Official Languages Act, Mr. Speaker, obviously, there has to be respect for linguistic duality, but there also has to be a promotion of linguistic duality and promotion of official language minority communities. In order to do that, it's not enough to just provide services. Those services should be provided as part of a whole range of services. So if people, for example, are looking for immigration services, they shouldn't have to go somewhere else. They shouldn't be referred elsewhere for other services in French, for example, cultural services or healthcare services, or, for example, justice or legal services. And in fact, I tabled a bill, C-203, to make equality, equal access, equal justice at the Supreme Court, so that all Canadians have access to justice at the Supreme Court in both languages. And in order for that to happen, Supreme Court judges should be functionally bilingual. And the NDP took the lead on that. I hope the Liberals will change their mind and accept that bill, because we want bilingualism to survive at the Supreme Court. So my question is, why don't they agree with this by and for principle when it comes to the provision of services in official language minority communities? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Drummond for his question. First of all, the Minister and her department considered the information and clarifications brought out before the both houses of Parliament in October. They consider this information important, and the Minister's appearance at the Standing Committee on Official Languages made it possible to have a constructive dialogue, starting with the question of by and for the communities. I'm of the view that the vitality of official language minority communities includes the availability of services, whether it's in connection with, in one's own language, whether it's in connection with healthcare, education, early childhood, or economic development in general. When possible, those services should be offered by community organizations. Community organizations are often in the best position. They know what the situation is for their members, and so they can be more effective in providing services that are well adapted to the community's situation. I was formerly a member of a board of directors and of community organizations and francophone organizations in Alberta. And certainly those people know how to handle things. What's more, the provision of services by community organizations enables those organizations to organize and develop. It goes a long way toward ensuring those communities' vitality. But it's important to take a case-by-case approach and always keep in mind the best interests of the community and the people who make it up.
Committed to delivering on our federal government obligations as it pertains to the Official Languages Act, and this will remain at the heart of our concerns.
As a government, our approach to official languages is cross-cutting, and the President of the Treasury Board and the Minister are very proud to assert leadership in this area by working together with other members of Cabinet. That includes the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness when it comes to clarifying the regulations around official languages when it comes to the services provided by the RCMP. And progress has been made in terms of the provision of bilingual services by the RCMP on the Hill.
Response was tabled in October by the Minister of Public Service and Procurement. We reiterated our government's support and commitment to providing official languages through the comprehension tool designed to facilitate and encourage the use of both official languages in the workplace. Many recommendations from the Standing Committee on Official Languages have already been implemented, namely those concerning the language comprehension tool, and the Minister is confident that her colleague, the Minister of Public Services and Procurement, is giving it all the attention that it needs. Monsieur le Président, nous avons...
Mr. Speaker, we've also made progress with the Minister of Justice when it comes to the requirement to have Supreme Court appointments that are bilingual. And with the Defense Minister, we've succeeded in restoring education for soldiers at the Saint Jean Royal Military College in French. We're very proud of our official languages. We care deeply about them. We will continue to fight for language rights for minority language communities. And we have our goals and our responsibilities under the Official Languages Act because it's our duty, that, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just quickly, I'd like to remind my colleague that of the recommendations of the Official Languages Commissioner, he recommended that there be a monitoring system to ensure that bilingual services were provided on the Hill. I've been looking for that for months, and I haven't been able to find it. If my colleague has access to that monitoring mechanism, could he please let me know? When it comes to the Translation Bureau, you've seen the headlines in the newspapers. It's been a total fiasco. the minister's answer didn't respond at all to the official language commissioner's report. So I think when it comes to the Translation Bureau, I don't think there's any reason to be patting themselves on the back. But yes, it's true when it comes to Supreme Court appointments, that's great, but there's no legislation. There's no guarantee that it will always be so. And this by and for principle is a crucial principle. I'd like the Parliamentary Secretary to discuss this with the Minister because it's of the utmost importance. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, above all, I'd like to remind my colleague of this. Our government attaches full weight to bilingualism in federal institutions and to the ability of Canadians to be served in their official language of choice. I'd like to reiterate our commitment to providing all federal services in keeping with the Official Languages Act, that those services be high quality, whether it's the RCMP, the Translation Bureau, or communities that are receiving the services.
It's coordinated and concerted action by several departments. Nous sommes très fiers.
We are very proud of the progress we've made around official languages thanks to our horizontal approach and our teamwork with the communities themselves. We've just consulted wide-ranging consultations with 22 roundtables all across the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Park Fort, Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to rise and follow up on a question I asked earlier, specifically about the Office of Religious Freedom, the government's decision to abolish it, and the still, I think, as yet undefined new, what we've, I think, called an Office of Everything that was sort of dressed up as a replacement to it. Just as a bit of background, the Office of Religious Freedom was instituted under the previous government, but at the time there were not objections. In fact, there was some support from the party represented by the members opposite. The Office of Religious Freedom was an innovative model in that it was situated within the Department of Foreign Affairs, and it was very much well positioned to work collaboratively with the rest of the department, to inform the work of the department, to listen to the department, to provide feedback, to provide training and these sorts of things. But it also had its own ambassador. It had the capacity to speak out publicly and do advocacy on the issue. So it did advocacy, it provided training and support within the department, and it also ran active programs on the ground that were making a difference for promoting religious freedom. And I'll say parenthetically, Mr. Speaker, that recently I was in the United States. I had an opportunity to meet with a senior official from the American equivalent, the Office of Religious I can't actually quite remember the exact title, but it's the Office of Religious Freedom within the State Department. And certainly there was a recognition of the importance of Canada being at the table on these issues, the way in which religious freedom has, as a human right, not been perhaps emphasized historically as much as some other rights, and how, yes, the Americans have been active on this file, but Canada can bring a unique perspective coming out of our own history in terms of pluralism, our long history of religious tolerance and accommodation, and also that we don't have some of the baggage that maybe former colonial powers or the Americans do. So there was major opportunities for Canada to lead in this area. The government instead chose, after taking power, to eliminate the Office of Religious Freedom. And their new office, you know, Mr. Speaker, it really lacks focus. I think this is certainly important work to do when it comes to human rights, but there isn't anymore the focus on religious freedom that the previous office provided. And if the government was interested in a focused and serious way moving forward with some of these other human rights issues that they mentioned, I know one of the things mentioned, for instance, was dealing with Indigenous rights abroad. I think that's a very worthwhile thing for Canada to be involved in and speak about. But the Office of Religious Freedom model could have been replicated with another sort of small separate office. There would have been more effective ways of building on the past success of the Office of Religious Freedom rather than burning it to the ground and trying to start from the ground up. But in particular, I would challenge the government on this point. If their new office is actually important, if they're actually invested in international human rights, why not have an ambassador? The absence of an ambassador, the fact that this department that this new creation is simply led by a director, means that it's a significant downgrade in terms of the profile of this office. It doesn't have the profile, the capacity to do public advocacy in the same way that Ambassador Bennett at the Office of Religious Freedom previously did. And certainly, in fact, his work was praised by government members before they decided to get rid of this office. So I want to ask
the parliamentary secretary, why not an ambassador? We may disagree on the model, we may disagree on exactly what kind of office is best, but at least, why not an ambassador? I think the elimination of the position of an ambassador advocating for international human rights in this respect really shows the government's lack of interest in this. And the last we heard on programming was that this new office was looking for programming opportunities. So I hope the parliamentary secretary is prepared to at least provide some update. What is this office actually doing in terms of programming that addresses religious freedom? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much to my honourable colleague. Mr. Speaker, the promotion and protection of human rights is an integral part of Canada's constructive engagement in the world. We have consistently advocated for all universal, indivisible, interrelated and interdependent rights and freedoms, including freedom of religion or belief and expression, rights of sexual minorities, rights of women, children and Indigenous peoples, sexual and reproductive health and rights, and abolition of the death penalty. And we have promoted these human rights alongside the strength of diversity and the power of inclusion. We have seen what exclusion and marginalization of others leads to in the Holocaust, the Rwandan genocide, and in the former Yugoslavia, for example. Canada is dedicated to embracing diversity and defeating exclusion through choosing inclusion. As the Right Honourable Prime Minister stated at the UN General Assembly on September the 20th, in Canada, we see diversity as a source of strength, not weakness. Our country is strong, not in spite of our differences, but because of them. Because what is the alternative? To exploit anxiety, to turn it into fear and blame, to reject others because they look or speak or pray differently than we do. In an era of unprecedented interconnectedness, we need to focus now more than ever on what unites us across borders, across economies, and across belief systems. On September 21st, the Minister of Foreign Affairs convened an interactive high-level panel, Diversity is Strength, which, building on prior high-level events on migration and refugees, focused on how the global community can work together to better accrue the economic, social, cultural, and civic benefits of inclusion and diversity. More recently, on October 31st, the Minister of Foreign Affairs convened a roundtable in Ottawa with representatives of Canadian faith and belief communities and civil society organizations to discuss the state of freedom of religion or belief in the world. For sure, as part of our commitment to human rights, freedoms, and inclusion, on May 17, 2016, the Minister of Foreign Affairs announced the creation of the Office of Human Rights, Freedoms, and Inclusion. This office has expanded on the work previously undertaken on freedom of religion or belief by bringing those efforts together under a comprehensive vision that includes all human rights and the nexus of inclusion and respect for diversity. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to say that the Office of Human Rights, Freedoms and Inclusion doesn't have just one dedicated ambassador, but in fact has 136, as all Canadian heads of missions, ambassadors, high commissioners and consuls general have been tasked with promoting human rights, freedoms and inclusion as part of their core objectives. Canada's permanent representatives to the UN in New York and Geneva have a clear mandate for the advancement of human rights, which is a key component of Canada's re-engagement with the United Nations. By way of example, Canada's ambassador and permanent representatives to the UN New York have been active in promoting inclusion, respect for diversity and human rights, including combating anti-Semitism and xenophobia. The member opposite asked for some concrete examples. Canada will be supporting the Lifeline project, which helps protect human rights defenders in a variety of countries when they are threatened. Secondly, Canada will partner with UNESCO and the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum to improve education about genocide. Finally, Canada is sponsoring a reconciliation effort by Equitas International Centre for Human Rights Education in Sri Lanka. These two partnerships predate the establishment of the Office of Human Rights, Freedoms and Inclusion and are a testament to Canada's continued commitment to advancing freedom of religion and belief internationally. Mr. Speaker, there's much to be improved upon in the field of human rights at home and abroad, and Canada is working continuously to promote positive change. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have to say it is a little bit frustrating because I asked this parliamentary secretary specific questions, and we hear about verbally the government's commitment to human rights, but we almost never hear specifics. To say that having
many ambassadors where this is included in their mandate, respectfully, is clearly not the same as having an ambassador that has an expertise and a focus on raising issues of religious freedom. Now, I asked about where the programming is. She identified some programming which does not, at least appear from those brief descriptions, to be specifically focused on religious freedom at all. And I asked, where is the programming on religious freedom? If the government is actually committed to continuing this, why can she not identify programming? Maybe it's because that programming isn't actually happening anymore. In fact, the programs she identified in some cases, as she said, predate the creation of this new office. So it's just not enough, Mr. Speaker, for the government to verbally say these things about international human rights, but when the rubber hits the road, to actually never undertake the programming, never undertake the steps that matter. You know, I asked the member recently in question period to condemn violations of human rights.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, maybe perhaps I'll go over the budget, which is dedicated to the promotion of human rights, pluralism, inclusion, and respect for diversity. It's 3 times the amount originally committed to previous efforts. Hardly a downgrade, Mr. Speaker. All I can say is that I believe the member opposite should stop living in the past and should recognize the work we are doing, building on its beginning and expanding to the inclusion of all human rights. Thank you.
The honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, earlier this year, after the government announced that it was going to deploy our troops, our men and women in uniform, on a mission, I asked the Minister of Defence a very simple question. Why? Why would he do this? And more importantly, why would he do this without debate in this place? The talking points that he answered back to me with were shameful. They denigrated the service that our men and women have in the armed forces, and they denigrated Canada's commitment to upholding the rule of law and democracy around the world, because they couldn't explain why. And that's wrong. It's plain wrong, Mr. Speaker. I asked somebody who has significant experience in this field, why should we deploy our men and women? Why should we do this? Why should we, in any situation, why should Canada's troops be deployed into a situation? And the response that I got was, there should be some return on investment in the heady decision of sending Canadian armed forces into harm's way. That the potential loss of life that we incur should be able to be justified by some sort of end goal. And here's the problem, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this government can not only tell us what the end goal of this deployment is, but they can't explain why we're doing this. There's been no discussion with Canadians. And even worse, Mr. Speaker, they don't have the courage. They do not have the courage to take back the courage of our men and women in uniform. When they go out into the field, they don't have the courage to take this debate into this place. It's absolutely wrong. And here's what's going to happen tonight. I'm going to ask my colleague across the way, why? Why are we sending men and women into harm's way? And this is what's going to happen. You're going to have a woefully unprepared member who's going to read government talking points that obfuscate the fact that they will not bring this to a debate in this House of Commons. Every time in the House of Commons that Canada has sent men and women into harm's way, we have had a debate and we have had a vote in this place so that men and women who have been elected to serve their constituents can go back to them and say, here is why we are sending people into harm's way, and this government will not do it. Decades of precedent on doing this is being overruled by this government. And why? Well, wait, they're not going to explain that to you. They're not going to explain that to you tonight. My suspicion is because they want to trade it for a seat on the UN Security Council. But here's what you're going to get when my colleague raises across the way. Government talking points and a lack of courage. She will not answer this very question, Mr. Speaker. She will not stand up and say, men and women in armed forces, this is why we're sending you into harm's way. This is how we're going to provision you, and this is what we're going to communicate to the Canadian people why they're doing that. And Mr. Speaker, I'm going to tell you this right now. That lack of courage to answer the basic question why is shameful and is a denigration of the act of public service in this place. So, Mr. Speaker, I ask very simply, why are we sending men and women into uniform in harm's way? What is the ROI? What is the return on investment for for our armed service to go in and put their lives on the line? And why will they not put this question to the House of Commons?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the question. This government is a determined peace builder and will do our part in the world to contribute to peace and security. We've demonstrated this by re-engaging with the United Nations. We will not lose that opportunity, which the previous government did. And we will commit up to 600 Canadian Armed Forces members for deployment to peace support operations. We have the support of Canadians. In fact, our recent Nanos research survey showed that nearly 75% of Canadians think that participating in UN peacekeeping missions is a good or very good use of Canadian Armed Forces personnel and equipment. As the member opposite knows, no decision has been made as to where the Canadian Armed Forces will be deployed. This decision will be based on informed consultations with the United Nations and with Canada's allies. Our policy is one of engagement, not of isolation, unlike the previous government. It is also important to the decision-making process to have an informed understanding of regional requirements, which can only be gained by on-the-ground assessment. That is why the Minister of National Defence recently travelled to Africa. There he met with senior government officials and ambassadors from the United States, France, and the European Union. He also met with representatives from non-government organizations, think tanks, and the United Nations. This visit builds on previous trips to Africa, as well, of course, as to the United Nations headquarters. In August, the Minister of National Defence travelled to Africa with General Romeo Dallaire and Madam Justice Louise Arbour, who assisted him in gathering information and providing their interpretation and understanding of the needs in terms of peace support. These meetings and discussions help inform how the Canadian Armed Forces can best contribute to building peace and security within the whole of government approach. The Canadian Armed Forces have a lot to offer in this regard. Our troops are highly skilled and can make a meaningful contribution through a range of capabilities. These capabilities could include ground troops, leadership for command and headquarters positions, air transport, and capacity building. But rest assured, the safety of our troops is always at the forefront of any mission. We will always act to mitigate as best as possible the level of risk Canadian Armed Forces personnel face. Wherever our troops are deployed, they will have the appropriate equipment, necessary training, and the proper rules of engagement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, can you imagine being the spouse or the family of one of our armed forces members who this government is going to ask to go onto this mission and hearing that response? That was shameful. This government cannot answer a simple question. They cannot answer why. Why would we send our men and women into harm's way? Why are we doing that? Why are they prioritizing this? I asked my colleague opposite if she has any respect for this job to stand up and give Canadians the truth, to give them the reason why men and women should go here. And I ask her very simply this: if she can't explain why, will she simply deny and simply put to bed the allegation, the rightful allegation, that the only reason the government is doing this, the only reason that the government is taking this measure is to secure a seat for their own political gain on the UN Security Council?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the men and women of the Canadian Armed Forces for their dedication to service. Secondly, this government is committed to an international peace and security informed whole-of-government approach. And thirdly, seeking a seat on the UN Security Council is one tool in a range that we bring to our Canada's role in the world, and we certainly are not going to let Canadians down in that regard, as the previous government did. Thank you.
La motion portant que la
The motion to adjourn the House has now been deemed to adopted.
Stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.